Well, fuck me. After 40 minutes of watching the wheel of death go round and round and round, waiting for the words "you are live" to appear. Now I've got everyone waiting on a different. Hello, mate. Who have I got with you? Is that Michael? Sorry about that, mate. Believe me, it's fucking done my head in a lot more than it's done anyone else's head in. Just pure irritation, you know. I wasn't doing anything different, you know. You just click on go live, and then you get a little bit of a wheel of death for about, I don't know, 5-10 seconds, and then it says you're live. And I've just been sat here for like 40 minutes waiting for it to go live. So let's not focus on the fact that this laptop, you know, came close to being a flying laptop. But we're in, and we're off. So if someone can, so that's irrelevant now. I'm so sorry. It's an hour later than I anticipated, but it's the laptop, not me, you know. So if you can let me know if you can hear me and see me okay, I would really, really appreciate that. Then we can move forward. Just give me a heads up in the chat, and we'll take it from there. Technology. You see, you know, I'm from an age where everything was simple. We'd be out playing, or on a Friday night we'd be out spending our wages in the pub, playing pool, pulling girls, you know. No phones, no distractions, nothing, you know. So can someone just let me know in the chat? Just type something, just put a thumbs up saying all good, just so that I know that I'm not talking to myself. Because we did have a mute problem in one of the previous live streams. So many fucking glitches. Does my nutting. Hey up, Linz, you all right? Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I really, really appreciate that. Yeah, because otherwise, you know, it'll be a live stream. It would be a very short live stream where you're developing your skills on lip reading, you know, because even if this was done through the AI that's available to the consumer, at least, you know, even that wouldn't be able to pick up on it wouldn't be able to give you subtitles accurately, because I've seen videos where people have done that, where they've put subtitles on the screen on one of their videos whilst they're talking, and I've listened to what they've been saying, but the AI is misinterpreted certain words, you know. 2025, and we've got AI taking over the world, and it's shit. Or at least our version of AI is what's available to us. You know, like I've said before, it's, you know, they're 25, 30 years ahead of us at a minimum. And AI is gonna cause a lot of problems. It's gonna cause a lot of problems. A lot of jobs are gonna go. You know, I mean, a lot of jobs have gone already. And the NHS, I think most of you guys will know that during the early part of the first Trump administration, in fact, I was hearing rumors about it before then, that they were thinking about, you know, privatizing the NHS. Now, the NHS has been privatized for decades now. You know, everything's contracted out, everything. apart from the nurses and the doctors, you know, the actual employees of hospitals and all of the other kind of little branches of the NHS. Yeah, I mean, they're not contracted out. They are employed by the government. But yeah, I mean, if we end up losing, you know, 90% of our GPs because they've all been taken to Nuremberg 2.0, then who's gonna diagnose you? You know. Hello, Maria, and hello, Sandra Costello. Oh, it's lovely to see another Irish lass, because you've got it so shit over there at the moment. You really have. You know, my heart goes out to you, because you may be a separate country to us in theory, Sandra, but you know, you're still seen as part of us. You know. And well, whether you see us like that is another question. I would understand if you didn't, because the British have been proper cunts to Ireland, and now it's the EU. It's their turn to be complete and total bastards to you, and just sending you just massive influxes of undocumented foreigners, you know, that are causing mayhem. And I think I said in one of my previous live streams, it would be lovely to see the people of Ireland starting to come together, you know. And you don't want anyone like Conor McGregor leading the charge. That guy should be in jail for what he's done to women. He's a fucking monster. The guy's an animal. He's a sexual predator, you know. You just need good leadership over there, and you haven't got it. You haven't got it. Well, we haven't got it. We've got a proper commie fucking nightmare of a prime minister. So I don't know who's worse off, you or us. Oh my God. But you got to laugh. The Isles are the people, not the governments. Absolutely, Maria. Yeah, I totally agree with that. It's us, you know. We are the country, you know. It's like any company you go to work for. Your company's only as good as the employees that you employ, you know. So probably not a great analogy there, but you get my point, you know. We are the country. The working class of each country is the country, is the heart of the country, because it's the vast majority of each country. So in essence, you are Ireland, you are Wales, you are Scotland, you know. You are America, you are blah blah blah, you are blah blah blah. It's the working class, and it's going to be the working class that's going to need to step up to the plate and deal with this, you know. It's going to be one hell of a challenge. I was just listening to, whilst I was waiting for the wheel of death to fuck off so I could start, I was just listening to Redacted, and I'm quite chuffed actually that Redacted, I don't know if any of you guys are subscribed to Redacted, but again, just like loads and loads of other people, loads and loads of other big media channels, they're all missing, you know. It's like this. the lights are on. But redacted, it does seem that they've started to see the light. And considering they command a massive audience, really, as far as alternative media is concerned, they command a very big audience. And so Trump's just declared that he wants to build an Iron Dome around America, right? Like what they had or have in Israel. See the connection again? I'll give you another connection as well. The Iron Dome system that was built around Israel to protect it, because it's a chick. Israel's a chick in a nest of vipers. And that Iron Dome system was hella expensive, in excess of $1 trillion. Guess who paid for Israel's Iron Dome? The American taxpayer. So he's looking at building a new Iron Dome around America. So there are going to be lots and lots of people out there that are going to be like, oh, that's great, man. That's really good. They can keep us protected, man. Not really, because if the Israeli Iron Dome is anything to go by, Iran figured out, right, okay, we've now got hypersonic missiles and we've got loads and loads of these cheap ones as well. We'll just fire loads and loads of the cheap ones over and just bombard it, because each intercepting missile that is locked onto each foreign missile, they cost about $100,000 each. And if you've got hypersonic missiles coming at just over 3,800 miles an hour, right? Not happening. It's not happening. So all of that costs the American taxpayer for Israel. Again, that the Israeli connection, you know. I told you the whole administration has been lobbied by Israel. So when I hear the word lobbied, I think of the word compromised, because these days there's no difference. I think in the early days of the British democracy, you get people in the lobby of the House of Commons, and they would go up to MPs and, you know, try and get them to do stuff for them, you know. But it was originally set up for the people to lobby, you know, to go and look, this needs doing and this needs doing, because they're meant to work for us. We all know that that's completely changed. We all know that that's not the case now. We all know that they're just in it for themselves, and they are so blazing, you know. It's like that to the British public, you know. Fuck off. We'll do what we want. And to a massive chunk of, well, not just the UK, but a massive chunk of America, you know, it's just millions and millions of people that are going, yeah, that sounds good. That sounds amazing. You know, when they're just not putting any thought into it whatsoever or any research. They just gobble down all of the shit that's rammed down their throat. There was a meme that I posted, it must have been about a year ago now, and it was just a picture of a woman holding a woman's hair back with a bottle, pouring the contents of the bottle into her mouth forcefully, right? And there was an arrow pointing at the woman that had her held back with her mouth open, saying the general public. There was an arrow pointing to the woman that was forcing this into this woman's mouth, which was the government and mainstream media, which are one of the same, you know, both the same, because we all know they're all in cahoots together. And then on the bottle there was a label, says bullshit, you know. This is why we research. This is why we do our own thing, you know, so that we can find the actual truth, as opposed to what's being rammed down millions of people's throats in this country and in America, you know, and they believe in it. This is why people like me, people like a lot of you guys, are being called far right and racist and fascists, and yeah, just because we care about our country and the future of our country and the people that love our country of all colours, you know, that love our country, love our way of life. They don't try and change anything apart from one, you know. They don't really change it. They don't really change anything. We just coexist, and we coexist in peace, generally speaking. So hello, Lana. Are you all right, lass? So Lana sent me a video earlier on of so in Ireland, I think Sandra Costello might be able to kind of back me up on this. There are a lot of Romanis over in Ireland. When I say Romanis, they're like the Romani gypsies with that kind of mindset and that attitude and that outlook. They're not pikeys. Pikeys are different. You know, these are Romani, right? So she sent me a little short video of a Romani woman stood there filming this girl, British girl, English white girl, sat on a bus or a train or something. A bus or a train, and she was just filming her, and she was obviously either talking to home or whatever in her language, and then she just leaned forward to sort of, it was like she was taking the piss. And it was a fuck around and find out moment. And this young girl just got up and slapped her about. And she did actually had it coming. But then, so Lana then said, you know, you don't go in a woman's bag, you know, it's a no-no. And then I just pictured Lana, who's a Scots lass. I just pictured myself being there and just kind of like my hand going towards her handbag and her saying something along the lines of, if you go on my bag, I'll break every fucking finger on your hand, then your nose, then your spine. And yeah, this is not a normal handbag. This is not a run-of-the-mill fucking handbag, Terry. This fucking handbag was made from girders. Hey, Penny. Good to see you, sweetheart. Good to see you. Have a think about my proposition. I won't go into detail on here. It's nothing dirty, guys. You know. We have a look, have a listen, have a think, have a think. But yeah, Lana, I can picture her. You know, she's got long flowing blonde hair. You know, and I can just imagine her being pissed. You know, and just sticking it. You know, a Glasgow kiss, I think they call it. So I keep going down to my local co-op to get stocked up on Graham's milk, and they're constantly out of stock. And I think it's either Lidl or Aldi. They've stopped selling Graham's milk and Graham's products altogether now. So, and I found that out since the last time I did a food prep shop there. And I did say that it was probably the last time I'll ever go in there. And I mean that. With, if you can boycott these places, boycott them, I know that a lot of you were thinking, yeah, I know, but it's not going to stop them because there's loads of fucking brain dead, brainwashed fucking NPCs that still go in there. And on top of the fact that people are on a budget and we need to be spending money wisely. And I know that there's not a farm foods near to every single one of you. Farm foods seem to be holding their own. Then they haven't caved into the darkness. So because I was low on Graham's milk, I ended up buying the only other option, because it was just an ocean of Muller, right? The only other option was oat milk, and I did buy that for Sal because she was struggling with dairy. She struggled with everything in the end. She couldn't hold anything down. But oat milk, that did help, and you can't feed Bovea to oats, so it's all good. No, I'd say pick a windy. Pick a windy because you're going through it. And some people will get to experience the experience of flying for the first time, Lana. You'll be doing them a favor, Who doesn't want to fly? Yeah, they have sold out, Lana. They have, yeah. And like I said, I just won't go there anymore. And it's really, really, if you have a B&M near you, fresh raised milk is Bovea free. Yeah, I have heard that, Lana, and I do have a B&M. Or have we? Yeah. We've got a bit, because I get B&M bargains and family bargains mixed up because, they're pretty much the same, really. They sell pretty much the same products, same prices, stuff like that. And we don't just have that shit to worry about now. We've got fucking insect dust in food now. They've been open about it, and I suppose that's their way of saying we're not going to put it on the ingredients list per se. We're just going to tell you publicly that we're going to do it. So it's down to you chaps and chapesses to either buy our products or don't, Now, I've heard that certain people that are allergic to shellfish, for example, a lot of them are actually allergic to the shell of the fish, right? And they can have the same allergic reaction to crushed exoskeleton, because it's an exoskeleton. Our skeletons on the inside, insects and crustaceans, it's on the outside. And yeah, that can have the same effects on people that are allergic to shellfish. And if that's anywhere near as bad as nuts can be for people, anaphylaxis, it's fucking serious stuff, It can be a death sentence within 5-10 minutes because your throat will swell up so much that your airways are blocked. So you just choke to death. Mad. Shit like that should be, if you look at anything else on the ingredients list, it's got milk, emboldened, nuts, traces of nuts, emboldened. Everything's kind of emboldened. All of the typical things that a lot of people are now allergic to. Again, this is all. I believe this is all kind of an autoimmune reaction. Because when I was a kid, all of this was farmland. Yeah, when I was a kid, no one had any any problems, really. You know, not really. Now, everyone's got something wrong with them. Yeah, chitting. That's it. Chitting. Which is mad, really. Oh, that's very posh, Lana. Kai-tin. Chitin. Yeah. Is anyone on the pop tonight? But chitting, I mean, you buy chitted. There's loads of confusion, because chitting, if someone would have said, you know what chitting is? I'd go, yeah, it's when your spuds start to grow like roots, or, you know, have things coming off it so you can plant it. So it's pre-chitted, you know, it's chitted. So that's what I would think. That's what I would automatically think. Not now, you know, because we've all learned a lot over the last 5 years, a hell of a lot, you know, and we continue to do so, which is good. As long as there are people out there that are on their toes, that will keep the government on the toes. And again, just keep leading by example. Keep leading by example. Hello, Flumpostin. Good to see you. I hope you're doing all right, brother. You're on the pop. A glass of lemonade. Yeah, I know you don't drink any. You know, lots of people are going teetotal now. Lots of people. I mean, your liver. If you're a recovering alcoholic, your liver. There are lots and lots of parts of your bodies that can repair. They can. But the liver is fucking unbelievable. You can, if you end up with cancer that's affected half of your liver, right? And they go in and they literally cut off the cancerous bit, and then hopefully, you know, keep testing the bit that's left, the half that's left, for the proteins that cancer gives off, so that there isn't any infection in that, the remainder of the liver. That liver will eventually grow back to its original size. You know, absolutely amazing. We're amazing. You know, our bodies are amazing. This is why I was one of a million reasons why I was so fucked off with Moonshot and Warp Speed, because all we needed was herd immunity, because it's worked. It works. We're designed for it. You know, we're literally equipped to take on new natural pathogens and then build up an immunity for it. And as long as you're not really, really unfit and you've not got loads and loads of other comorbidities, it shouldn't really bother you. You know, I mean, stuff like influenza, for example, you know, that can put you on your arse. It can. Do you know what? I don't actually think I've ever had the flu. I think the worst kind of viral infection that I've ever had was glandular fever, and I was just lying in bed for days. You know, I couldn't move, couldn't swallow anything. It was, well, I could, but it was unbelievably painful. But I was just, my sheets were drenched, my quilt was drenched, my mattress was drenched. I couldn't get warm, and I think as a result of that, I ended up with a long-term condition that I won't go into right now, that can be brought on by intense fevers, really, really bad fevers. It can cause your body to have other problems further down the line, but nothing I can't handle. Chitin, think is pronounced chitin. Yeah. Yeah. Talk to me, guys. Talk to me. I was going to ask on this live stream, because I don't want to I don't want to change the way that the channel used to be. You know, it was essentially it was a prepping channel, but I do think that there's a lot that we need to know and share about the world, that things that are going on both nationally and internationally that could affect us. We need to prepare for that. So I do a little bit of that as well, you know, but again, I don't want to be a fucking newsreader like pretty much every single prepper out there now does. You know, they just read bits from the news. So I don't really want to be one of them. But so I've never had flu and never had a flu shot. They reckon that the flu shots, they're going to be different now because they're mRNA based, but the original flu shots were, and they've made some very, 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 very good studies out there in reputable places, and they're 99% ineffective. So you're just going for another, you're just rolling up your sleeve just because it's flu season. So I must go and get my flu shot. I don't want to get the flu. I'm 52, you know, I've never had the flu. Never. And talking of mRNA, Kennedy's kind of like moved off the stage a little bit, hasn't he? And considering that the health of the average American is in absolute fucking tatters, you'd think he'd be getting straight to work, you know? But that he's openly admitted that he's perfectly okay with mRNA measles jabs for children. And yeah, I'm probably you probably won't find you'll find very, very little on Rumble, but I have become very, very active on X. Lana, hope you don't mind, but if you could put a link in the chat to my X account, and I strongly recommend that you go over and have a look at what I'm posting on there, because it's just a lot of it's too fruity, and my opinions are too fruity for you, for ShitTube, CommieTube, you know, does my head in. I don't like being restricted, and none of you should either, ever, you know. Like I said, the whole freedom of speech thing. If they turn around and say yes, of course you've got freedom of speech, of course you have. But you know, there should never be a but, never. You know, if what you're saying offends someone, that's on them, not you. You know. I think we're made up generally of people that are quite considerate and don't go out of our way to offend or stress people out or upset people. We just, you know, what's the point? You know, we all have kick the cat or kick the dog days, which is where you've been layered from the moment you woke up, the moment you kind of got out of bed and stubbed your toe, to burning your arm over the kettle making a brew. It just builds and builds and builds and builds. So by the time you get home, you kick the cat or kick the dog. I wouldn't. I know you wouldn't. It's just a term before anyone reports me to the RSPCA. But yeah, you know, it's this world. But yeah, I think the point I was trying to make is that if there's anything that you want, that you would like me to cover, because I don't want to just be spouting bollocks all the time. You know, these live streams, they do have a place. You know, they do, and it brings us all together, and we can just kind of not forget about the world, but we can just put things into perspective and make it a little bit lighter, maybe a little bit lighter than it normally would be, but whilst still remaining completely realistic. You know, no like fluffy clouds and butterflies. We're just being realistic, but being positively negative or negatively positive, if that makes sense. Forgot to tell you, Terry, those ribbons round Long Eaton were for a kid's funeral. Oh, right. He must have been well loved, because you normally just see ribbons and like a teddy bear or flowers or something just taped around the lamppost, and that's their shrine. It's really sad, you know, that a young human life has ended up with a few bits and bobs sellotaped to a lamppost. It just doesn't seem right, doesn't seem fair. So having ribbons everywhere is pretty special, but I can imagine that wouldn't happen for most kids. So whether he or she was a child of a well-known family around the area or not, I don't know. You know, I don't know. I've got no idea. But yeah, that is quite sad. It's always sad when kids die. It's horrible. You know, they've not been given a chance. And again, that can throw religion into. But then people always come out with the whole, but he moves in mysterious ways, and to some degree, I do get that, right? Because I think some blessings that you have in your life, some things that come from nowhere, rhinos, like proper fucking armored rhinos, smash you out of nowhere. Some of the most beneficial things that can happen to you can come as a result of one of those rhinos. So sometimes sometimes gifts appear in your life in the disguise of an absolute nightmare. It's not until you look back, you know, and you've had time to recover. Yeah. I think Mussolini style hemp week. A Mussolini style hemp week isn't too far off. Tensions are rising amongst the normies. Good. We need a renaissance. We need a complete and total overhaul. It's happened cycle after cycle after cycle. All of the signs that we can look back on that were precursors to massive change are all there. They're all there. Yeah, I was thinking that hemp week, you know, sativa. Yeah, so hemp, just hemp. That's where they get CBD from. But they've built cars out of hemp. You can make clothes out of hemp. You can eat hemp. The list goes on and on and on and on and on. As a renewable material that grows extremely fast in harsh conditions, it's an absolute no-brainer to start growing hemp. But because it looks just like a cannabis plant, because it's sort of is, it's illegal, or you've got to apply for a license to grow it, to grow hemp. Yet you can go to any corner shop and buy as much fucking vodka, gin, whiskey, rum, you know, buy as much of that shit as you want, you know, no problem. Hemp, oh no, no. We don't want you peaceful, you know. We don't want you, we want the world to be zero carbon and green. But no, hemp. Oh no, that's too green. That's too renewable. You know, if only everyone could see our governments through our eyes, it would be over overnight. Let me have a top up because I've had the same drink since I tried to start the live stream at 9:20. You know, so I'm gonna top up so I don't have to keep getting up. Bear with. My eBay's back up and running. I had to delete it off my phone and then download it again, and everything's okay now. So I've got no idea what that was all about. Again, these things could be glitches, you know, but I think there is an underlying level to some degree in most of us of just a little bit of paranoia, you know. Like I said, people have gone to jail for way less than the stuff, especially the stuff I've been posting on X, you know. And so it just make you wonder. Hello, Chelsea Star. How you doing, sweetheart? That's one of my favourite emojis. And hello, Ruthie, with her signature hi. Yeah, hemp necklace. Yeah, hemp anything, you know. Hemp's good. It's amazing. It's good stuff. I saw some hemp oil reduced in Holland and Barrett today. Lots of different boxes. I was unsure of which one to buy. Well, one of the great things about Holland and Barrett, one of the sad things is that they've cornered the market as far as health is, you know, alternative health is concerned. So they end up sort of pricing out independent health food stores. There was a really good one in Long Eaton, and it's gone. It's been gone a few years now, but that was because of Holland and Barrett, you know. But the knowledge that this old couple had, you know, they were in their late 60s. The knowledge that they had was just fucking unreal. Which leads me on to Holland and Barrett. So at Holland and Barrett, you know, they do generally employ people that know quite a bit about this and a bit about that. It's part of their training before they get the job, because they've got to be able to answer questions. It's quite complex, you know. But a lot of them, you know, they're quite young, and I think a lot of the time they're just winging it. So if you'd have asked someone that was working there, Ruth, then they might have been able to give you some answers, you know. But CBD, I would recommend, if you can find a really, really good source, a good seller, a good reputable seller of CBD, I would recommend, which is completely legal, you know. So within the cannabis plant, you've got CBD and then you've got THC. THC is what gets you stoned, what gets you high, has the biggest effect on you. and can cause psychosis and paranoia and all those other things. But generally, people that smoke weed, I don't see any weed smokers going around beating people up. You know, I don't see any weed smokers smashing the shit out of their wives behind closed doors. Alcohol does that, and it's available everywhere, you know. But I would recommend CBD to all of you, you know. So we're all going through tough times. We all are, and we're all feeling it to some degree or another. Maybe not all the time, and maybe not all of us all the time, but sometimes it does kind of break through to us, right? But there are certain plants that exist that it's almost like our bodies were designed to have it, you know, almost designed for it. We've got natural receptors in our bodies to absorb these certain plants. Now, there was an extensive study made in Germany. I don't think it's hidden. I think you can find it if you look hard enough. And one of these plants that's really beneficial for mental health is St. John's wort. Now, you can grow that in this country, you know, but the amount you'd need to grow is quite significant. So bearing in mind space, I'm pretty sure none of you guys have got fucking acres to work with, you know. So it's like, do I grow food or do I grow St. John's wort to help me with my moods, you know? And yeah, it's a no-brainer. You're going to grow food, but whilst you're growing food, you're in direct contact with nature, which is an antidepressant. So, you know, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Ah, got you, Lana. Right. Yeah. It does make very, very strong rope when it's put together properly. I've heard that the product quality at Holland and Barrett isn't the best. It's not. They use their chain name as power. You know, it was like, you know, people would go, I've just been to Woolworths. Yes, look, I've got a Woolworths bag. Back in the day, you know, because it was Woolworths. That was like the Midlands version of Harrods. And they just use their name. They use the brand name, and they've got so much. They've basically got them a monopoly over the alternative medicine route. They've got a monopoly over it, which is why I'm really, really encouraging and enthusiastic about knowing that you guys are going down the herbal medicine route. And because that, so the NHS was already privatized, right? It was already privatized. It's been privatized for a couple of decades now, right? So when you go into a ward, there are contracts that go out to having the TV, having a little TV, and you can, so if you're in there for a while, which I've been in hospital for quite lengthy times, a few times, and having a TV, it's just you know, when you don't really want to talk to anyone, it's handy. And that was a Canadian company that owned that, and every single penny went to them. So that went right outside the country. It didn't even, the money that was spent on those little cards, prepayment cards for your TV over your hospital bed, every single penny of that went over to Canada. It's the same as Uber, you know. Uber, everything that's, all of the money that's made out of that, apart from the income tax that the drivers pay, which again, remember, income tax is voluntary. It's just that not many people know. It's voluntary. You don't need to pay income tax. It's written in law that you don't need to. It's voluntary. So you've got people. So you've got the NHS that have subcontracted everything out, everything, all to their mates to make loads and loads of that. So where is your national insurance contributions gone? Where have they gone? You know. So yeah, Uber, everything that they make, apart from the taxi drivers paying income tax back into the system, and whatever they earn and spend goes back into the system. But the profit margin and the profits from Uber, they go straight to another country. It's a European company. Yeah, that actually sounds all right. That does, Ruth. 25 quid, but it's all about the quality and it's all about the milligram. You know, it's all about the strength, because you can get CBD, cheap CBD gummies, and they're all perfectly legal. They're legal. You can buy cheap CBD gummies and not really feel much, you know. In fact, if anything, they're so cheap that the colours that have gone into making these gummy bears are probably so much more harmful that it's counterproductive. Oh my God, what a world we live in. The lavender in Calms works instantly for me. Do you know what? I do wonder about, because Calms, you see, Calms is a very well-known make, a very well-known brand. So it makes me wonder who's got their fingers in that pie. Does Calms come underneath a corporate umbrella? Because everything's corporate now. Everything's corporate, apart from you and me, you know. So I mean that collision in the sea near off the coast of Norfolk, and cyanide. Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of fucking water there. You know, did anyone see the part in Austin Powers where they're driving this steamroller, right? And you've got this bloke he's about 50 feet away. He's going, ah, and the steamroller's coming at like 2 miles an hour, and he's still stood there, you know, not getting out of the way. He's got like 5 minutes to get out of the way, and then it just goes over him. He's just got this flat man on the ground. So these two ships colliding, that shouldn't have happened. It's almost impossible, you know. It's almost impossible. Like, I don't know, two massive tower blocks falling down into their own imprint, into their own footprint, and then the other building in its own footprint. You know, the odds of one doing that, the Twin Towers, the odds of one doing that. You see that, you know, that entire thing woke a lot of people up. A lot of people, you know, those towers falling. Again, you know, sometimes, you know, I said that sometimes gifts can come in the form of an absolute fucking nightmare, you know, like a curse, like a horrific event, you know, that knocks you off your feet and leaves your jaw on the floor, right? Can turn out to be a godsend further down the line. So what happened with the Twin Towers, that woke so many people up because it didn't add up. It didn't add up. It didn't make any sense. And the more questions that were being asked, the more questions there were, which is, you know, great for inquisitive, intelligent, smart, free-thinking souls, you know. We love stuff like that. It's like, yeah, that don't make any sense. I want to look into that. So I had a conversation earlier on, because do you know what? Even though I'm not doing an actual prepping video, which is I know what most of you guys want, but I can't keep providing stuff that's already out there. I've got a couple of ideas of things a little bit further down the road, but again, you know, I'm struggling to provide anything preppy because it's all been done, and I don't want to be a parrot, you know. I don't want to show you something that you can find 1,000 videos on how to do, and probably way better than anything I can do, the way that I put it across, you know. But knowledge is all part of it, because I think if you can read from the past and then kind of assess the present, it will help you in the future, you know. And you know, as far as prepping is concerned, I'm just going to get this really boring bit in just for a second. You know, I ended up freeze drying, vac packing coffee into these plastic, you know, these vac pack bags. Well, I found some that are a couple of years old now, and they've just solidified. So outside of the actual jar, coffee jar itself, it will degrade. So as long as you keep it as long as you keep coffee in the glass container that it comes in, and don't pierce that film lid, that coffee will last you for decades, possibly. But I did a video and explained the health benefits of coffee, you know, that it is actually really, really good for you. But if you look at you know, your freeze dried stuff, which is pretty much all the coffee that we buy now, you know, because it's cheaper, that freeze dried stuff, it's been through so many different processes, which would make it processed. So it's a processed beverage. It's still good for you in a way, you know, look it up, but it's nowhere near as good for you as buying coffee beans. And so this was on special. Italiano, uno bere tu vino rosso per favore. You see? And this was whoopsed. Oh my God. I wondered, do you know what? I wondered why that came to so fucking much when I ended up paying. I've ended up picking up the one that wasn't whoopsed. Well, anyway, so these are fair trade, which means fuck all to me, you know. Fair trade sounds like it's environmentally friendly and it's good for the planet. It's not. It's all about money. It's all about money. It's all about the people that are producing these coffee crops, settling on a fair price for the production of the coffee crops. Now, coffee uses an insane amount of nutrition. The soil needs so much nutrition. It's unreal. So it's not really, when it says fair trade, you know, it's not a very, obviously left to grow prolifically on its own in the wild, slightly different, you know, but this is farmed. So it uses a lot of energy. It uses a lot of fertilizer. The list goes on. It needs a lot of sun. You know, we can't grow coffee in this country. We can grow tea, and we can grow tobacco. So I've been buying here and there. I have been buying coffee beans because they last longer. Anything in dried bean form will last. It will last. You see, I started out on that. Does anyone remember that prep bucket opening thing that I did? You know, and I think the bucket was from 2020. I'm still working my way through that, which has made me realise just how long if you've thought it through and you've done it properly, you can make your food last for years. As long as it's stored properly, you know, it's all about the storage. I was going to weave a hippie necklace from hemp to wear at work. I think that's a great idea. Do it. You know, people make little kind of friendship bracelets and stuff. They just sit there and make them, you know. They go, yeah, I made this for you. A friendship bracelet, you know. Time is so precious. Time is something that is finite because I've only got a certain amount of time on this planet, and so have you. So if we give our time to someone, that's priceless. There is nothing above that. You know, someone could give me a Lamborghini, you know, as an apology. I'd be like, all right, yeah, I'll accept that. I would. I'm not fucking stupid, but I'd flog it straight on, cash in, and spend it on preps to fortify my home. That's what I'd do, because we're preppers. We don't think like that. We're not. Most of us, if not all of us, we couldn't give a shit about having a Lamborghini, even though I do love Lamborghinis, you know. Italian style, beautiful works of art. Hello, Sal Misra. Don't worry, I've not missed you, darling. Just clocked you. Hope you're all right. Hope you're doing all right. So William Noel, it proves we have 3 sons. If you can try and find a way of condensing that down into this is why I believe that we've got 3 sons, so that everyone can read it and then make their own mind up, because that just sounds a little bit too out there for me, if I'm honest, because I've only ever seen one. But yeah, if you want to do that, I'd appreciate that. William, yeah. Hello, Joanna. Good to see you, darling. Hope you're all right. Hope Princess is all right. Was the coffee damp or dry, Terry? It's very, very dry, Lana. What has confused me a little bit is that the actual packet's very, very inflated. You know, very inflated. And normally you only see that when stuff's starting to decompose, or you know, it's because it's giving off more and more. I don't know. But dry anyway, Lana. Gravy does that too. Take it out of its cardboard box and put it in glass. Yeah. I totally agree with you there, Ruth. I've been doing that with a lot of stuff now. Glass, you can't go wrong. And mason jars are just going to get more and more expensive, because it's all about demand. You know, if you've got a big chunk of the population say, right, okay, I think I need to. I was listening to a prepper the other day that I thought was off his fucking head, and maybe needed, you know, some sort of jacket that restricted him and put him in a room where he couldn't hurt himself because he sounded off his head. But now I've thought about it, actually, it makes sense, you know? So glass, so the more people that are starting to buy mason jars and canning jars, and oh yeah, and by the way, Ruth, have you made a start on canning with your all singing, all dancing canning machine? Because we'd love to see that. It's a video that I know that you're scared of it blowing up in your face, and that's never going to be a good thing, you know. No one likes the idea of being disfigured. But that machine's built for that specific purpose. So, you know, have a go, sweetheart. Go on. Run the risk. You'll be okay. Coffee, chocolate, and olive oil is going to go up even more, apparently. It is, yeah, and sugar as well. So even though sugar, granulated sugar, it's so bad for you. It's so bad for you. Cancer loves processed sugar. Granulated sugar, you know, Tate and Lyle. Cancer, the term, if you could speak to cancer and you know, and cancer could understand what you're saying, and if you said Tate and Lyle to cancer, it would literally have an orgasm. So try and use as less as you possibly can, or at least just try and balance life out, you know, as far as nutrition is concerned. So many of us have got a sweet tooth, you know, which gets sweeter as you get older. Yeah, the doggies are doing fine. I put a little video out of Storm being. There's a stick. It might be completely erect and stuck in the ground, which I think might just be the remnants of an old tree or a baby tree that just didn't make it, you know. And she was determined to, yeah, you have to have a look at it. It's in the shorts. It's in the shorts. Have a look. I posted it earlier on. It's only about 15-20 minutes. It's 15 to 20 seconds, sorry. So it's 15 to 20 seconds of your time spared to have a look in the shorts and watch that very, very short video of Storm trying to get a stick. It will just, for the sake of sacrificing 15 seconds of your life, it's worth looking at. Where are we? Hello, lovely Vicky. Yeah. Hijacked Joe's phone whilst on the Vino. Hello, Vicky. Are you Vicky? Vicky, I've only just read that. So Joanna's got no idea that you've hijacked her account and you're posting away. So she must have mentioned our little tribe to you at some point. Have you got a nickname, Vicky, like Sticky? I couldn't resist that. You'll get used to our sense of humour as we go along. Have you tried Exhale coffee? Supposedly to be healthy. I haven't. Exhaled. Let me write that down, because I do like to write some. You know, I think I know that I've learned way more from you guys as a collective than you could ever learn from me. You know, what's it called? Exhale. Oh, who sang that? That was The Prodigy, I think. Yeah, it was The Prodigy. Exhale. Oh, what a sad loss to the music industry. Exhale coffee. Right. I will look into that. Thank you very, very much for that little heads up. Chelsea Star, that's very, very good, you know. And I'm not the only one that's reading the comments either. So there could be other people taking notes down. Anything that benefits us all is good. That's the whole point of this channel. Is for everyone to try and just share knowledge, share information, keep everyone up to date. And and keep each other together, you know. Yeah, so I've just said hello. Yeah, I did, Joanna. She just, I'm a bit late behind the but I did say hello to Sticky Vicky, and Sticky Vicky she's living up to her name, because as soon as you were out of the room, she was on your fucking phone. She was there. What's this going on? What's this all about? What's she been doing? You know, Sticky Fingers, Sticky Vicky. If dry, I'd have put them in a coffee grinder. But yeah, if packaged bulging, probably rancid. Oh, great. Thanks. Cheers, Lana, for pissing on my my bonfire tonight. Yeah, it's very inflated. So, but I didn't know they went rancid. So I've learned something else, you know. I still think it's going to be usable because it's got, you know, it's in date. But I'll have a look. Princess is in the room. Are you going to do a video on collecting birch sap, Terry? Must be about now if you have time to make a video on it. Do you know what, Ruth? Right. I've got 3 taps ready to go. I've also spotted 3 trees that are perfect because the girth is really, really good on them. And I know that I can attach a container on the other side so that no one can see it from the path. I've got them all marked out, but I can't find my taps. I can't find them. This is what happens when you're a single bloke living alone. You know, this is why we need women. It's like, I can't find me sap taps. They're in the second drawer, right at the back to the left-hand side. Not that drawer, the one next to the oven. That's the one. Reach back. You found them? Yeah. There you go. I haven't got that. You know, and the 2 females that I have got, yeah, they're not useful in that department. So, but I will get on it, Ruthie. I will have a look. In fact, I'll dedicate tomorrow to finding them, because I'm just as excited about that as people might be, you know, because it's that time of year. So it might encourage more. I know some guys. I know some of you guys did go out and buy sap taps, even though it was just 1. You know, I bought a pack of 3 because it was cheaper. Everything's cheaper when you buy more. You know, but I think it'll be good to see me setting it up, doing a short of setting it up, and then going back and then doing a more comprehensive video, touching on lots of other things as I'm working my way towards those trees, and then showing you my little harvest and drinking it on camera, and yeah, and just watching me gag. But it's meant to be really, really, really good for you. Really good for you, you know, because what you're drinking has been filtered perfectly, but without taking any of the goodness out of the water. So the rain comes down and it gets filtered through the roots, and then the roots take it up to start to kind of boom the tree back into life and start new leaves and stuff like that, you know. So it's all it's doing is taking nutrition through the actual tree trunk itself, and that's what you're tapping into, and it's just full of minerals. And have a look it up. The list is too extensive for me to go on about, but I will dedicate tomorrow to finding those sap taps. Vicky has gone to buy wine as it's Friday. But Vicky's already been on the wine. You can have your work cut out tonight, Joanna, holding her ear back while she's sick over the toilet. Or she's so hammered that she goes out into your back garden, pulls her knickers to one side and has a piss on your patio. You'll regret it. But yeah, she sounds like a bang on girl. Yeah, I do lose. I'm working on trying to get things more organized. When I first started prepping, Ruth, I was like many of you guys. It was like, right, we've got to get this shit done. We've got to get this shit done now. You know, so everything was like, it felt like a rush to get as much as we could, as quick as we could, because we didn't know where that was going to end up, how it was going to develop. You know. And we didn't want to run out of food. We didn't want to be any of these nutcases that just, yeah. We didn't want to get caught up in the madness of the crowds. So we ended up just buying shitloads of food, and I've got loads and loads of food, but I've also got other prepping equipment that I've got absolutely no idea where it is. But yeah, anyway, oh, now it's all about your girth. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Tripod Tez. Surely you've heard about me. I've been in the Mirror, the Sun, not the Sun, the Mirror, my mirror, that mirror. It's not anyway. It's Joanna. You're meant to be squeaky clean. You are, lass. It's not about the girth. It's about the motion in the ocean. It's about knowing how to use your tool. And I'm quite pleased with the fact that I can do both. I have weeks of workmen to look forward to. Well, that sounds great. You know, 7:30 in the morning. You know, and you're thinking, did I forget to turn my vibrator off in my drawer? You know? When in actual fact, you haven't. It's just the workman. That's all it is. So, yeah, that is a good one, Ruth, about doing another video, because I'm sure that there are out there. They are out there. I think if you typed in Silver Birch Sap Tap collection, you'll come up with videos of people doing it. But I've not come across any that's been recommended to me through my feed. But then I'm not really subscribed to many prepper channels, really, because I know what I need to know now, and there's very little that I can learn. Maybe a bit more bushcraft, a bit more, you know. Other than that, I'm good to go. I was going to do a video today that would have bored the fucking shit out of you all, so I didn't do it. And that was on the top 5 houseplants to buy that are very, very, very efficient at purifying the air. But I just thought, no, that'd just be so boring. They'd be thinking, oh my God, I'm going to go back to watching my washing go round, because this is so fucking dull. Terry, you fucking sort your shit out. But I do think air purification within the home, especially if someone gets stupid with a nuke and we end up with fallout over here, and we have to tape everything off, and you know, these are all possibilities. You know, I wouldn't have put those pills mentioned those pills if it wasn't for the fact that I didn't think it was a possibility. You know, the world's going crazy. So if you can help to purify, so we all know that we breathe out carbon dioxide, right? We know that, and what we breathe out is food for plants. We know that. So it's an exchange. So I'm giving them food and water, and they're giving me oxygen. You know, they're purifying my air, and some of them are so efficient at doing that I would strongly recommend that you guys consider getting some houseplants in. I'll name two. I'll just name two because I don't want to bore you, right? Just so we can keep this live stream at least at one point a bit preppy, right? And they would be two. Well, just picking two. I mean, there are a few, but if I was to recommend two, it would be peace lilies and mother-in-law's tongue, because none of them are thirsty plants. They're not thirsty. So if water conservation is a problem, you don't need to worry about them too much, you know, because they don't like to be overwatered. You know, they're tough. So peace lilies and mother-in-law's tongue in one room that you can separate yourself from the rest of the house, your warm room, you know. Where are we? I have weeks of work. Yeah, they're fitting a new kitchen. Fitting a new kitchen is that slang for something else, Joe? Have you been dirty? Ooh, how lovely, Joanna! It will be fab when it's done. Yeah, it will. It's just the stress in between. Spider plants, yeah. Also, yeah, spider plants are in there from Austin, although they're not as good. They're not as good as the two. I think I've probably named two of the top ones, if I'm honest. Yucca plants as well. They're pretty good, but peace lilies, you know, peace lilies, they're impressive, very impressive. They're right up there in the top 5 if you look. Loads of spider plants. Yeah, the thing with spider plants is you start off with a spider plant, you go, oh, that's lovely, that is, and then you get this little shoot that comes off with another spider plant. You're like, oh, isn't that lovely? It's a little baby. It's giving birth. My spider plant is giving birth to new spider plants. Isn't that lovely? And you feel bad about cutting it off and chucking it in the bin. So you put it into another plant pot. Before you know it, you've got a house full of fucking spider plants. You know, it's the same with aloe vera. You know, it's like Day of the Triffids in this fucking house. You know, I've repotted it, I've repotted, but the amount of uses for aloe vera are off the fucking charts, including bad burns, the nutritional value. But there are, I think you might need to look this up, but off memory, there are over 50 species of aloe vera, and 3 or 4 of them are toxic. So do a little skin test, rip off a limb, get some of the slime, put it onto your skin into an inch square or an inch circle. If you don't react to it, chances are it's not a bad one, you know. Because I was given my initial one. It was the initial plant that I was given was very small, you know, but it wasn't given with I didn't get any more information than that. So I had to start looking into it, and then I realized that there are harmful species of aloe vera out there. But I've done a test on my arm, I've done a test on my tongue, And every now and then I zone out. Nah, it's all right, it's fine. But you should look up all of the uses for aloe vera. And again, it's another plant that doesn't need a lot of water because it's a succulent. They're used to red hot climates, you know, so they're used to holding on to their moisture like cactuses. Now, if you've had cactuses that have died on you, then you're probably a plant murderer. So just things to take into account. Aloe vera doesn't need much water. Very beneficial. Lots of health benefits. Look it up, right? Aloe vera, amazing. And it just grows and grows and grows. You put it into another pot and then another pot. So unless you're using it, it will just keep growing and growing and growing. And then you've got peace lilies and mother-in-law's tongue, you know. So it's looking at plants that you can have in your own home. I need to go out and buy a couple of coriander plants because we are breathing in lots of heavy metals that are being sprayed from the skies. Coriander is an amazing herb for getting rid of all of any heavy metals out of your body. You know, it really is. Do some research on it. Coriander. And the taste of coriander, oh my God, it's so fucking gross. Gross. I fucking hate it. I hate the taste of it, but I know what's happening. So sometimes you just get shit down your throat just because you know it's good for you, you know? Most things that are good for you don't particularly taste nice, you know? A McDonald's cheeseburger tastes nice, you know? Coriander doesn't, but I would rather eat coriander than a McDonald's cheeseburger. Yeah, they just take over. It's like Day of the Triffids with spider plants. They just propagate and then propagate, a little bit like strawberries, you know. They've got very generous with babies once they get going. Yeah, they do. Yeah. And then you start giving them, I brought you a spider plant as a moving in present. My name's Terry. Welcome to the neighborhood, you know, just because I need to get rid of it. And I can't kill plants. I can't kill anything alive. You know, I can't kill anything. I can cut stuff back, but I can't kill anything, you know, apart from maybe there are a few humans out there that I would be tempted with. You know, I use the term human very loosely. They gave me an aerial picture of it, so I will be sitting on top of the units. What happened to they spread? So you split and make more plants. Yeah. And then you give them away to family members and stuff. You know, spider plants are very, very British. You know, I love spider plants because they're so British. If you look right back to the 60s and 70s, people have spider plants in their houses. You know, and I'm a traditionalist, so I love them. I just haven't got any here. Sticky Vicky in the house. Can you pull razor blades out of your snatch like Benidorm Sticky Vicky? I think she's packed on now. I think she's handed the baton on to her daughter. What a legacy to pass on. You know, you're thinking, right, I've got secrets to tell you about my life, and I'd like you to carry on with the family business. Oh yeah, Mum. What's that then? Well. Fucking hell. Hello, Vera. I have a large peace lily in sitting room. Yeah, they're beautiful, Sandra. I love them. And mine stay lush. They always stay lush because I know them. I understand them. I know what's too much. I know what's not enough. You know, I know that balance, you know. And yeah, if only every human on the planet could be like that with each other. You know, what an amazing world that would be. but it's not like that. Moisture sickness, Vicky D. Moisture sickness. What's that in relation to, Vicky D? Broadleaf plant, the best, I think. Yeah, because they take more in and give more off at the same time. But again, peace lilies. I think I would recommend peace lilies over anything else, if I'm honest. But then there are different strains of peace lily as well. So go for something that's got as much bush. As much bush as possible, you know, leafage, foliage. Foliage sounds way better than bush, especially after reading Vicky D's moisture sickness comment there. Pamela Corey-Anderson. Yeah, you know what? You know, Pamela Anderson is actually a bit more switched on than a lot of people think. You know, she's awake. How awake and how aware is you know, I don't know, because fame can fuck you up, which is why I would never like to be famous. You know, it can mess you up. You go from being just a pretty girl to then becoming some like a star of a hit series that just had season after season after season, and being a pin-up girl to all of a sudden age catches up with you and you end up with a few wrinkles, and you know, and you struggle with a past like that. You struggle to grow old gracefully, you know. So then you start having work done, and yeah, I remember what Pamela Anderson looked like before she had any work done, and she was way prettier, you know, because you can tell fakeness, you know. We're all going to get old, men and women. I know it's more of an issue to women than it is to men. You know, I've got a grey beard, and some people have said, well, it makes you look quite distinguished. You know, but I do look after myself. So it's a case of just looking after yourself. There's very little you can do about your face. You know, all these moisturizers, all of this fucking bollocks that you hear on these adverts. It's like new from whatever. It's like from so-and-so technology with coffee beans picked from the shit of a monkey. And, you know, just bollocks. They just throw loads of bullshit at you. It doesn't work, you know. A good, healthy diet and keeping fit. That will do wonders, and keeping your mind positive as and where possible. So just trying to take time out and chill out, listen to music. There's never met a person, I've said this before, never met a single person that doesn't like music, right? Find your vibe, right? You know what music you like. Listen to music, you know, keep fit and eat healthily. And your face will display that. It will, especially your eyes. But all of these creams and potions and lotions, they're all full of shit. You know. And women, no offense, ladies, you know, but I know that you are generally very, very, very body conscious, and you don't like the idea that you're not 21 anymore. I know this. But you can grow old gracefully, and any good man out there is going to appreciate a woman that is 100% fully authentic, no fakery, you know, no fucking Botox, fat, you know, pouting, trouting lips, bollocks, you know, no fake tits, because we can tell, you know, Botox forehead where you smile and nothing happens. We can tell. If you want a good man, grow old gracefully, but just be fit and healthy. That's it. I love coriander in cucumber onion salad from Indian Takeaway. That's a posh fucking takeaway. That is from Austin. Where do you live? in Chelsea. I am naughty, Joanna. I do. Yeah, I am a bit. You just made my night. Would you be my cool uncle, please? Absolutely, Vicky D. Sticky Vicky D. So we've got two Vickies. Have we got two Vickies then? So we've got Joanna's Vicky guest and Vicky D. But yes, absolutely, Vicky D. I'll in fact I'll go one further and I'll be your god uncle. So make sure you look after yourself, because I don't want that fucking, people say, yeah, oh, I'm so honoured. She asked me to be the godfather or the godmother. I'm so honoured. I was fighting back the tears. A couple of years down the line, it's like, do you understand what a godfather is or a godmother is? You take on the parental responsibility of that child if the parents fall into disrepair. Yeah. So it's an honour, but it's an honour that comes with a price. I'm not growing old and I have a grey beard. Oh, fuck me, Joanna. That mental image of what you look like's changed dramatically within seconds. Sorry. Oh, let me just get a drink down me. Blokes don't really dig, very, very obvious facial hair. I know. Women like things that are very typically male. They find things that are typically male, not all of them, because we've got our bad irritating traits, just like you have, right? But generally speaking, women like typical male traits. So a half decent physique, an air of masculinity about them, make you feel safe, comfortable, knowing that they'll deal with any situation to make sure that you're protected. Stuff like that. There is a significant list, right? Facial hair, maybe a bit of a stubble, a little bit of a 12 noon shadow, bit of a stubble or a beard, or a moustache or a goatee, facial hair. Women do, not all women, some women like men to be completely clean shaven, but some women do like, or most women do like facial hair in a man because it's very typical of a man, right? But the same is in reverse. So I wouldn't find a woman with a fucking hairy chest attractive, right? Or a tash that puts mine to shame, So, but I love feminine. I do love feminine, very feminine women, the same way that women love masculine men, yin, yang. Pagoda Dragons in the house, and Johnny B. How you doing? Yes, mate. It is Johnny. It is sound advice. I tried, because I don't want anyone feeling like I'm trying to say do this, do this, do this. I'm not like that, and I've never been like that. Never. But I have tried to put forward the importance of getting fit more now than ever, and you can turn a normal home into a gym. There's nothing you can't do at home without any gym equipment whatsoever. There's nothing you can't do at home that you can do at a gym, and vice versa. You just got to be creative. And if you want me to do a video on what you can actually do, using various bits of furniture and blah blah blah, I'll do one. Just be creative. You're preppers. You think outside the box. Do that. You don't need gym membership. It does help if you've got someone pushing you, to motivate you. Where am I? But yeah, going back to Johnny B's comment there. There's literally just I know I've said it so many times before. There's just three rules to follow, and that's eat less, but eat better, and do more. And before you know it, you'll be looking in the mirror, you know, especially you ladies, thinking, I can fit into these jeans now. Frank, does my bum look bigger in these jeans? Not anymore. You cheeky bastard. That sort of thing. Hey up me crazy. Cheshire. I'm not sure where that came from. Flump Austin. I'm in Stockport. I've been to Stockport. I got a nick there. I got peddling without a license was my charge. Peddling without a license. Look it up. And it was only 25 quid for a license, but I was, you know, that was 25 quid I could spend on a night out. So I got nicked and yeah. Stockport, Greater Manchester on my boat at the moment. Oh mate, honestly, like I said, I nearly sold everything. And I had a bank loan in principle ready to go. I had a mortgage, a marine mortgage in principle ready to go, but I never found the right boat and I couldn't find any local moorings. Then I met Sally, my wife. Everything changed. And then we got this house together. And then when we got this house together, they built 2 fucking new marinas. So there were moorings. Every time I do a live stream. Fucking hell. It just goes on forever and ever and ever and ever. You see, but I'm giving my secrets away now. If they wanted to pull me away from this house, if they managed to do that, right? If it's a big fucking if, and they wanted to torture me into submission, they know now what would do it. Joanna Vic is me, Vicky D, aka Sticky Vicky. Right. Have you just set your own account up then, or did you already have an account, but you just couldn't be asked to sign into your own account? So you thought, fuck it, I'll use Joe's, and I will take on accidentally the nickname from now on as Sticky Vicky. I like that. Hey up, Paul. How's it going, brother? It's good to see you, man. Looking forward to that march in Birmingham. Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. So if any of you guys now, I know that most of you guys are watching this live stream on your phone, right? Look into blue light, by the way. You know, look into blue light. Like I said, go into my my X account, and there's so much information that I put out on there. Blue light. They really know what they're doing. They really do. It's a long game. It's a long game. I've forgotten what I was going to say that now, because that's yeah. So most of you are doing this on your phones. They're reading this and interacting from your phones. If you type in, when is the next Britain First march in Birmingham, all you see is Instagram post after Instagram post after Instagram post. Try it. If you're not watching this on your phone, get your phone out and try it. Just type in what is the date for the Birmingham March with Britain First, right? Have a look at the comments for Instagram, you know? All we're trying to do, literally all we're trying to do, is preserve our way of life. That's it. You've heard me talk about our Sikh brothers and sisters, our Hindu brothers and sisters. I've not got a problem with them at all, at all. My oldest sister, half Indian. I was born into mixed race. My youngest sister married to a Jamaican guy. My youngest niece and nephew, mixed race. I'm not a racist. I'm a fucking patriot. There's a difference. But have a look at those. The names that they're calling us. If that's happening now, considering how far the march is away, imagine the turnout that there's going to be for an opposition protest. It's going to be rough, you know. Those police officers are going to have their work cut out. But anyway, I'm still going because I believe in my country and I love my country, and I will fight for my country, and I will fight to the death for my country, and I will, but not in some fucked up little kind of, you know, go to the front lines of some other country that's got fuck all to do with me, you know. I'm on about defending my country, not going to another country to fight some cuntish war where you just cannon fodder and making more and more money for very, very powerful families. You know, I'm on about staying here and defending my country to the death, to the death. There is an analogy of a guy planting a tree that he'll never, ever, ever be able to experience the shade from the sun under. You know, I think that's probably going to be me. I put my beard each morning. It gives me a reason to live. Oh, Joe, I can imagine that you've got a fanny like a 1970s. I bet you've got like a Tina Turner wig in your knickers. I'm so sorry. I don't know where that came from. I don't want to be responsible for Sticky Vicky making your sofa stickier. By the way, Joanna, not responsible. Nothing to do with me. 30-minute workout every day. Yeah, and you know, just jumping up and down. So on your toes, so your heels never meet the ground, right? Just jumping up and down on your toes, up and down, up and down, up and down. That gets your entire lymphatic system working properly, and that's what, you know, it collects all of the impurities and all the shit out of your body to get it out of your system. You know, your lymphatic system is so important. It's so overlooked. And yeah, I mean, if you can get yourself a little one of these little mini trampolines, if you don't like the idea of doing it on, you know, a solid floor, you can get a little trampoline and just do it to put some of your favorite music on that's got a bit of a beat to it and just jump up and down. And that will do wonders for your health because you're helping your lymphatic system by jumping up and down. Look it up. I never lie. I give opinions and theories sometimes, but the vast majority of what I say to you is always honest. It's always honest. You know, it's always to try and just, I want everyone to have a fucking proper fighting chance of getting over that or the other side of that hill, you know? All right, Flumpostin, right. Yeah, right. So Cheshire. It's not easy being cheesy. I just think of Cheshire cheese. And it's a bastard to cut. It just crumbles all over the fucking place, but it is nice. Cheshire's a lovely part of the country, mate. Lovely. You know, you should be quite happy living there. Chelsea Star. Hi, Terry. My daughter, Chelsea, is on. She wants to say hi. Tell her to say hi. Put her on, and just say hi. I'm Chelsea Star's daughter. I want to say hi. Put her on, and I'll say hi, or I'll just say hi now. Hello, Chelsea. Right. So, did you name your daughter after you, or your channel after your daughter? I think it's probably the latter. Always been a sticky Vicky. I got that from the start, Vicky. You know, very sticky to the point where it's like when you sit down, if you sit down on something that's very shiny, getting you to stand back up again is like trying to pull a plunger back up when you've pushed it down. Oh my God. Meant to be a serious prepping channel. Come on, get it together. Shelley. Hello, Chelsea Star. So is it Chelly or Shelley? And is Chelly or Shelley Chelsea, the daughter of Chelsea Star? Let me know because I'm behind. Whoops, nearly missed a live. Hi, hello, Maria. You're all right, darling. Marie. Good to see you, darling. Yeah, it was a bit late. Technical problems. Candle gazing supposed to be good for you. Yeah, it is. It's completely natural. You know, it's something that we've been doing for thousands of years. If, depending on your belief system, possibly even millions of years, you know, it's completely natural. LED is extremely bad for you. And I'm working my way through my house now. When we first moved in, I worked through the house to replace everything with LED. Now I'm working in reverse. So halogen and filament lights everywhere, you know. All these LED lights, have you noticed your bills going down? No, of course you're not. And they're never going to go down because it's all about it's all about control, and it's all about shareholders. That's it. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They've got to keep those shareholders happy. This is what happened. We had British Gas, right? And East Midlands Electricity, right? It was owned by us, you know, really, or owned by the government. Everything became privatized, you know. I'm glad that Maggie Thatcher spent the last few weeks, months of her life shitting herself and lying there in a pool of her own piss. That is karma. How do you? Austin, how to hi to you too. Oh, I like it when people hello Ray. I like it when people get chatting with each other, you know. I love it. And it's not a lazy thing so that I don't have to interact. It's a community thing, you know. It's a community thing because we are a community. We're an online community, and I've met a chunk of you already now in person, and I'm yet to meet more. You know, I love it. It's lovely. We live in a very, very negative, uncertain world at the moment. But one thing is for sure, that our little tribe will always get on and will always benefit from interacting with each other. Always, you know, no matter what happens. It's a shame we don't all live in the same city or the same town, because imagine a night out. It'd be fucking amazing, you know? Which is why, like I said, I encourage you to consider joining us on that weekend camp in June. Email me, you know. Got an endoscopy in the morning. Oh, Well, look, Ray, when the second time I had cancer, they tried to get a biopsy of it down my throat and trying to get into it. And they were unsuccessful. So they tried again and they were unsuccessful again. So it wasn't until I had this massive operation. I could show you my scar. I haven't got, if I didn't have this scar, I would have almost a six pack. I would. But it cut right through my abdominal muscles. So it looks a bit squiff. But I don't want to go into detail about endoscopies with you because I don't want you to feel anxious or nervous about it. You're not going to die from it, but it's not pleasant. Vivki. Joanna, are you on the fucking lash as well? Vivki is my neighbour and she wants to meet everyone. Hello, Vicky. Sticky Vicky. Channel after daughter. Right. Got you, Chelsea. I did think that. I am the real Chelsea. She just steals my name, lol. Keeps her name in the clear. It does. Yeah. This is what happens. This is what happens, Chelly. This is what happens, It's like, I'm not taking any blame for this shit. There you go. I went through a lot of fucking pain giving birth to you. It's time for you to pay me back. Oh, Rosa. Right. Now I know who you are because you've emailed me and you're lovely. You're of Italian descent. And yeah, I remember you. Yeah. You're lovely. Yeah, Chelly, you've got a lovely mum there. You've got a proper lovely mum there. Look after her. I can tell by you two just like bouncing off each other, in the chat that you've got a good relationship, Mums and daughters that don't have a good relationship don't do shit like that, So it's good. It's a good thing. And you only get one mum. So to all the mums out there, make the most of being a good mum. Be good. But yeah, you'll be all right, Ray. Just relax. Try and relax into it. They'll give you something that's going to make you semi-conscious, not unconscious, but semi-conscious. So you'll be so drowsy because they need you to be awake. So you'll be so drowsy that you might remember or pick up on certain parts of the process of the procedure, and you'll be powerless to do anything about it because your arms are just so floppy. And yeah, but don't worry about it. It's being done obviously done for a good reason. But yeah, it's lovely to get to know you, Chelsea Star. If you ever want to email me. I'm good to go. And that stands for everyone. I'm always here. I had this conversation with someone. The world's made up of three types of people. Well, lots and lots of different types of people, but in this regard, in this setting, in this example that I'm trying to give, there's three, right? And you've got listeners, you've got hearers, and you've got listeners and hearers. Listeners and hearers are quite rare because generally you're either a listener or a hearer. Now, if you're a hearer, you're there for people to offload onto and tell you their woes, and you try and steer them in the right direction, give them a bit of advice if it's valid. But all of that draws on your energy. It draws on your energy if you're a listener. Talkers just talk and talk and talk and talk. It's all about them. Generally. And then you've got talkers and listeners. and they're quite rare, because I hope you understand what I'm saying. You'll get sedation anyway, Ray. You will. It's a given. It's a given. You'll get sedation, but it'll be a mild, well, not a mild sedative. I mean, a mild sedative, like, is a couple of dihydrocodeine for some people, or a Valium or something like that. You know, that's a mild sedative, or a half the full adult dose of morphine. That's a mild sedative. What you'll be getting is way beyond a mild sedative. It's a powerful sedative, but not enough to put you to sleep. Yeah, I will, Chelly. Yeah, I will, because she's lovely. She's lovely. You got a good mum there. I think the only unfortunate thing about Rosa is, because she's Italian, she might have to do a little bit of waxing around the old top lip, you know. It goes with the territory. And as for down there, you know, it kind of goes off like an ivy down the inside of the legs. Because I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. I do apologize, Rosa. I'll take all of that back. Vicky has gone. She's on the next flight from Birmingham to Alicante. Oh, right. So she's already gotten in the mood for the holiday then. She's got a few bevies down, and she's fucked off back next door. I'm assuming she's got a flight that's at stupid o'clock, and that's going to mess with her body clock, you know. But no one gives a shit about getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning when they know they're catching a flight to paradise with pure sunshine, you know, lots of warmth, palm trees, you know, turquoise seas. I want to get out of bed at 3 o'clock in the morning for that. Of course I am, you know. I watched again. I still think that they are doing. We've got so many psyops going on all at once at the moment, and it's very, very difficult to figure out. Yeah, again, I coined a phrase that I heard from someone else years ago, and it was about keeping your head on a swivel. As Italians keep our bushes trimmed low. I forgot, Ray, that you're your surname. I forgot that you were half Italian. Oh man, no, it doesn't matter. No, fuck it. I was going to say, have you actually got any English in you? And then you go, no, and I go, do you want some? But it's just so tacky, you know. It's not easy being cheesy. No, it's true, but I'm lucky. My hair is quite fair. Oh, but yeah, I think most Italians, because they've got dark hair and beautiful brown eyes and very stylish, you know, and very passionate people, and they're going through some shit over there, the same as we are in England, you know. And one way of looking at this, one way that a lot of people haven't really thought about this, is that we're getting dinghy, which holds what, 30 people, something like that, 25, 30 people, and then another dinghy, 25, 30 people. But they're all kind of backing up in like a bottleneck. They're backing up in Europe as they're passing through all of these safe countries to get to a safe country, which goes against the rules, but they are backing up. And we're paying France something like, I can't remember now, but it's a shitload of money for them to keep them. Yet there was a boat that got into trouble 1.3 miles off the coast of France. And they wanted fuck all to do with this boat that was getting into trouble. It was taking on water. So they sent our Navy out to rescue them. 1.3 miles off the coast of France. Look it up. Piss-taking bastards. But yeah, Italy, you know, they're taking on a shitload of these illegal aliens, you know, and which is a bastard. It is a bastard. Yeah, my heart goes out to them. It does. There was one island where they lived a really peaceful, wholesome, healthy life. Next thing you know, shitload of illegal people just turned up on this island. I think that was near Italy, if I remember right. And they outnumbered the people that lived on the island. You know? All by design. You see, some people have been calling it the Great Replacement, right? No, it's not. The Great Replacement is based on replacing the workforce because of the amount of people that are now retiring. We need to replace the workforce with young, agile men, right? Well, that's not true. It's not true. The Great Replacement is a load of bollocks, because why would they want to replace us with other people from another country that can't speak a word of English, most of them, and have absolutely no skills? You know, on top of the fact that they're trying to do everyone in with various different types of mRNA injections now, you know, including the flu jab, you know. So it's not the great replacement. It's they're not replacing us. They're destabilizing us. That's all. That's the whole point. That's their entire job, is to infiltrate each country that's already been made weak through successive useless governments pandering to big families at the top, pulling the strings, just degrading and trashing and trashing society within the country, right? Of mainly people that are indigenous of the country. So you send in a shitload of illegal immigrants, right? And I mean a fucking shitload, millions by now. And it just it destabilizes the country. So then we start to get pissed off because we're hearing more child murders. We're hearing more rapes of women and children, you know, because they're backwards. These people are fucking backwards. They're not civilized. So the people start to get angrier and angrier and angrier, and then they hit the streets and make last July look like a day in fucking Disneyland. And then they bring in martial law. Now, they're not going to be able to bring in martial law and police our streets with our own soldiers because we don't have enough of an army. Our army's not significant enough. Is it 300,000? Is it something like that? It's tiny. 300,000. It's tiny. And they want to send half of them over to Ukraine for peacekeeping. Peacekeeping on the front line of Ukraine, to me, is Latin for cannon fodder. And then they're going to try and maybe recruit or make it possibly, I'm not saying this will happen, it's something that's just rolled around in my head, the possibility of them maybe making conscription mandatory, you know, a multi-pronged attack at depopulation. So what would be left would be these heavily tanned young men with blue helmets on and weapons that come from a country that's been obliterated by weapons made in the UK and Prince Andrew and Epstein. Right, where was I? Yeah, no, it's true, but I'm lucky. My hair is quite fair. Yeah, sorry, I read that. Isn't the return of the 70s Bush a revolution we need, though? Only a woman would say that because it makes you lazy, you know? You're thinking, I wonder if it's acceptable. But actually, do you know what? I watch... there's a comedian, an Australian guy, Isaac. I've forgotten his second name. Maybe you can tell me. And he does videos taking the piss out of people that of women, you know, that are allowing all of their arm hair to grow and grow and grow, you know, and everything else, you know, hairy legs. If they've got fake, no shaving whatsoever, no kind of keeping on top of anything at all. And so I you know, why should you have to do all that for us, for men, to make you more attractive? Why should you have to do all that? You shouldn't have to. But you do know that men have got a preference for women that have got less hair than they have. And Isaac Butter. Oh. So yeah, how does the deep rabbit? We love a bit of Tina. Oh yeah. I think I'm not sure how much of a delay there is on this chat. But yeah, I mean, if you can plait down there, you know, you've gone too far. Yeah, we have to have a laugh. We have to. We do. And we do. And we do. That's what I'm saying. This is what sets the British Isles apart from any other part of the world, is that you throw shit our way, you know, proper stress. We'll find some sort of parody out of that, you know. We'll find a way of laughing at it because we've got a very dark sense of humor. It's how we live. It's probably one of the reasons why we were the most powerful adversaries on the planet at one point, because of the way we are. It's in your genetics. You are a fighter. Yes, it was lamps. Joe Hee, I blooming wish. Lamp is Lampedusa. Give me some context, please, because I don't know what that is. They'll be coming in on planes, Terry. They already are flumposting. They already are. There are quite a lot of what we would call, originally would have called auditors, but they've gone off down their own little lines now, different, you know, going to these migrant hotels, illegal immigrant hotels, and they're going in there and they're barging their way in there, and they're getting as much film as they could possibly get until they're asked to leave and they're told that they are trespassing. They know the law well enough to know that if they don't leave at that point, it's then aggravated trespass, which takes it up to the next level of law. But they are coming in on planes, mate. How's the flight? Yeah, how's the flight, Sticky Vicky? They do flump. They do flump. I spoke to someone who works at MCR airport. They get off plane, throw passports away, and ask for nearest police station. Yeah, I'm aware of that's happening, Ruth. That is really happening. It's really happening. You know. Oh, I need to get some like proper fucking hardcore spray tan. I've already got the beard, and then just pretend I don't speak English and see what I can get out of the system. But then I'd be getting it out of you guys, and I wouldn't be cool with that. Let me go for a slash and just go through something. Just it's another side of things that a lot of people do overlook, and it's important. Back in a minute. Oh, if you could see these two, they're both on the back, you know. So imagine this, right? You're a 23-year-old guy living in Turkey, no NHS, limited jobs, limited opportunities, blah, 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 blah. And then you find out from one of your friends that's living at large in England, come over, you know. I'm in a boutique hotel, 5-star hotel for free. Getting fed for free, phone for free, clothes for free. Lovely and warm, lovely and comfortable, you know. Swimming pool, gym, PlayStation, everything that we never had. I've got here. Come over, they'll have you, they'll take you in. So if you were one of those people, I know what I'd do. So they're not all bad. They're just looking for an easy life, you know. But we've got over 10,000 people that are on the terror watch list in amongst these people. On top of the fact that they're from a culture where it's okay. They think it's okay to have sex with a 12-year-old, 11-year-old. They think it's fine because it's normal where they come from because they're fucking backward. And there are loads from Turkey. There are loads from Egypt. You know, war-torn countries. So I understand why they're coming here. Why would you not? But it's the fact that there are, in amongst these people, there are some proper dodgy, dangerous characters, you know, and some of them are just absolute Fruit Loops. So this is what we're up against, and still they come. Where is that? I can't. Rishi Sunak said, "You asked us to stop the small boats and that's what we're going to do. That means big boats and planes. No, even though we asked him to stop the small boats, all he was doing, all these politicians, all they do, right, is just appease you. They say things that you want to hear. That's it. Rishi Sunak was no different. You know, his family got extremely rich off the back of the jabs. You know, unbelievably rich. You know, he's a very, very wealthy man. His wife is way richer. Her dad is way richer. You know, I'm not quite sure where he fits into the top richest people in the world, but I know he's up there. You know, and judging by Rishi Sunak's appalling job at being a prime minister of this country, it just goes to show that it's all about money. They've got no morals. There's no morals. They've got no moral compass. They don't give a fuck. It's all about getting rich and getting your mates rich, so you can call on favors further down the line. You know, it's got to stop. It's got to stop. And I'm telling you, I make it very clear every time, and I do it in comments on other people's channels. You know, I make it very, very clear. We are not going to vote our way out of this madness. We are not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Voting is not going to work. All you need to do. So everyone's aware of the term. If you keep trying the same experiment over and over again, keep doing it and getting the same results, the same fake results, or you know, that's the definition of insanity. So that's what we're looking at. You know, people out there thinking that we can vote our way out of this. It's not happening. Chaos is what's going to happen. And it's the only way we can bring about change, which is why we prepare. And from quite a few sources over the years now, I've heard the same thing, and it does make sense to me, that we need approximately 11 to 15% of the population to not be worried about the consequences of standing up and holding your ground and holding the line. That's it. Which kind of just, it reaffirms my point about the importance of making sure that we don't stop giving up on waking people up. Storm, just good girl. Where are we? I've not heard that, Ruth, about them coming over from Ireland. I've heard a lot about them going over to Ireland and settling in Ireland, and yeah, I mean they've got the same problem that we've got, but on top of that, throw into the mix in this beautiful Emerald Isle, right? You throw into the mix pikeys. It's right. I'm stroking Storm's ear. Yeah, you throw into the mix pikeys, Romany gypsies, which in some ways are worse. Even pikeys don't like them. And then people from right across the Far East, you know, into this beautiful little Emerald Isle that we you know affectionately call Ireland. It's not big. It's not big. You know, they're going through it. But like I said, sometimes it takes bad shit, crazy stuff to happen before people come together as a community and start to fight back. And I think that's what we're seeing in Northern Ireland with the Protestants and the Catholics coming together. That's historical. It really is. so it can be done, you know. So if we can get Protestants and Catholics together to work together, you know, for a common goal, against a common concern, a common enemy, then Christians can do that with Sikhs and Hindus. You know, it's doable. It is doable. And it's the only way we're going to be able to pull this off is by uniting with people that have got a common cause, you know. But they've spent so much time and effort in making society deteriorate into what it's become today, where mum's at work, dad's at work, they're too fucked to spend any time with the kids when they come home from work. We've gone from, you know, that's what it's like now, you know, best case scenario. Whereas it was, you know, the guy would go out and earn a good wage, come home, the family would go on holiday at least once a year, and, you know, everything would be, you know, all the bills would be paid, all of that, you know, blah, blah, blah. So it's been, they've gone to town on us, bit by bit by bit. And we are better than they are. We are. These people haven't got. I think one of the most beautiful qualities in a human being, right, is empathy. Empathy. And empathy really only generally comes about in a person through harsh life experiences, tough, you know, really tough. I don't think, I think maybe some people are born with empathy, I don't know, but I think generally speaking, it occurs through having life knock the shit out of you and you coming through the other side, you know, without being a monster, like the opposite of a monster, bitter and twisted. You become an empath. And these people have got no idea, you know, the people that are running the show, so to speak, in the world, have got no idea of what empathy is or compassion. No idea. They're devoid of any good quality, good quality trait that makes us look at humans in a really positive way. You know, they haven't got a clue, which is also their Achilles heel, because they don't know us, and because they don't understand us, and because we make up the 99%. That makes us so powerful, because they don't understand us. And the amount of times that I've pushed forward, think outside the box, keep thinking outside the box, because they don't think outside the box. They don't. They've got tunnel vision, control, power. Whereas we're different, you know. As long as we plan accordingly and prepare accordingly, we can outmaneuver them. We can. But we need to come together as a society, which is why we've got to keep waking people up. I was talking to someone on, Thursday, and he's a very, 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 very educated man, and you can tell that he's from good stock in regards to that, which is not good stock. Realists, people that have been through the fucking mill, people that have been through the, not just hell, but the pits of hell, and come out the other side. You know, they're the ones that you want around you. So anyway, I knew that this guy, he's a nice guy. Don't get me wrong, he's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. But he was talking about, he went on a pro-Palestine march, and but my conversation before he told me that was it was probably quite in the middle, really, because I did state straight on from the start. I did say to him, look, Palestine as a region has been there for thousands of years, right? Israel was formed just after World War II, and it had exactly the same amount of people go there, right? If you look up the term Zionism or Zionist, it's a safe place for my people, in a nutshell, right? A safe place for my people, in a nutshell. So that's Zionism. Now, there are different levels of Zionism, but it would seem that the amount of people that came out, the amount of Jewish people that came out of Europe that were apparently gassed to death equals the amount of people that moved into Israel. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a fucking conspiracy theorist. It's probably all bullshit, But anyway, so you've got all of these people that have got structured traditions, cultures, all that have been in place for thousands of years. All of a sudden, there's this new country that wants to expand and expand and expand. Gaza's in our way. We need to fuck that off. And then maybe build a canal through northern Gaza. We always have been in a situation where it is literally us versus the government. It's always been that way, and it should never be that way, because they work for us. They're meant to work for us. They're civil servants. They're our servants. Our servants. We pay them to serve us, and it couldn't be more opposite than that right now. 10 years ago, I was thinking, they're getting so fucking cocky. That was 10 years ago. They're getting cocky. They don't give a shit because no one's doing anything or saying anything. People are just putting up with it. Put up and shut up and watch your life slowly and surely go down the drain. Enough's enough. Slavery, bravery. Lampedusa is the Italian island. Yes. I do apologise, because it did feel like I was kind of being a little bit insulting, really, for not even remembering. But I'm shit with names, Someone can tell me the name. Completely sober, and I can turn around to them and say, I'm really sorry, mate. I know you just told me your name 2 minutes ago, but it's gone. I forget names, but I never forget a face, ever. So I did feel like I was insulting the Italians by, I think it was an Italian island. Yeah, I was right on that, which I'm glad about. I really don't like spouting things that I don't know anything about, and then just telling what I think was the case, because then you lose your integrity, which has taken half a decade to build up, But yeah, that island, I mean, it was fucking ridiculous. It was ridiculous. I really felt for those people, They had no idea what to do. No idea what to do. You know, what they're going to do. There's a lot of people got to pay for this. Hey guys, Bob, B&Q have 50p packet seeds, still have a few years on. Brilliant. Yeah, again, it's just making sure that you check that they're not anything other than heirloom. You know, I've made a catastrophic mistake of growing this year. I'll just quickly show you. Just bear with me. So all of the fourth generation runner bean seeds that I saved, or runner bean beans that I saved to grow this year, I planted them all up. I don't know why. I just planted them all up, and it was a big mistake because it's far too early, and I forgot how fast these things grow. You know, look at this. I mean, literally in the last 24 hours, some of these have gained 1.5 inches. So I've got no fucking idea what I'm going to do with these, because you can still have a frost in early May, you know? I've got a few ideas in my head because I won't allow them to waste. Yeah, they are still coming over in lorries. Yeah, and there are a few blind eyes being made. Hello, Michael. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, welcome to the party, man. Yeah, we've covered a fair bit tonight. But I'm sure I know sometimes you watch stuff back, and yeah. So I've got two brothers from another mother here that will be joining me on the march in Birmingham, and which is brilliant. It's brilliant, you know. I'm really chuffed. I can't think of two better men to be walking shoulder to shoulder with, you know, because it's going to be crazy. It's going to be fucking crazy. Like I said, just Google when is the next Britain First March in Birmingham, right? And then look at all the top 10 results that you get from just typing that into Google. We're in for a rough ride, but I love my country and I will fucking die defending it. I will, you know. I'm just hoping the police know what they're doing, because if they don't do their job, we will, you know. They can hide on the end of a phone. Big area, small area. Yeah. 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 Paul and Michael. Yeah, I'm looking. It's going to be a really nice dynamic as three together. You know, it will. Well, and there's going to be others of our little tribe as well. Annie's coming along. You know, my stepson's coming along. You know, he's a proper patriot and switched on and awake and aware and unjabbed. Because he trusted me when everyone else thought I was losing my mind because of Sal. Everyone thought I was losing it, when in actual fact I was more sane than I'd ever been. I was just struggling with it all, you know. It was all a bit much at the time. I never used to have bags under my eyes, you know. But yeah, I've come through the other side. Where are we? Oh, I see. You know, we all get on. Take the lid off now, Terry, as they are growing. Yeah, I know, but do what with them, Ruth? You know? They'll end up fucking taking over the house. I know how these bastards grow. I've been growing them for years. I might need to just kind of plant them up as if I'm ready for sticking them out in the garden, and just put them on some sheeting in the front room. It'll look a bit unsightly for a while, but they'll have a head start, a proper good head start, and then I can maybe buy some more in and grow some more. So I've got a staggered, you know. Yeah, I've got it. I've got it. Don't worry. I'm as I'm talking, I'm thinking, you know. But yeah, it's about, you know, most of us never. I mean, 20 years ago, I wouldn't be thinking about growing my own fucking veg or fruit, you know, or keeping chickens. None of that never crossed my mind. I always knew there was something wrong with society, and I always knew that our government didn't have our best interests at heart. I've always known that. I've always known a lot more than the average person, I think. But it's only over the last sort of 5 years where I've kind of moved into another mode, you know, and I think that applies to most, if not all of you guys. We've got into another mode, you know. Like I said, I'd never thought about prepping before, and my first prepping tub was June 2019 because I knew something was coming. There was nothing said, nothing shown. Just an instinct that something bad that was going to change everything forever. And it did, but I just didn't know what. So growing food, you know, it's quite new to most of us. And we've had people in our little tribe that have grown massive amounts of food, really, on a balcony, because they've just figured out the whole kind of spatial square feet, you know, stuff that can grow down, stuff that's going to grow up, something that can grow in with stuff, something that can climb up stuff and grow around that. You know, we're learning. Remember the book All You Can Eat in 3 Square Feet? You know, that's a really good one if you're struggling for space. But we find a way. We will always find a way. We will. If anyone can make it through this madness, we can. We're very different. But yeah, I'm going to get them planted up, Ruth, ASAP. Great. I've got someone else coming on the march and maybe a second person. Oh, brilliant, Michael, mate. The more the merrier, you know. We have to show we have to show a physical representation of the passion of our country, you know, to the rest of the world. You're going to get called a racist. You're going to get called like far right, extreme right. The list goes on, because I had it all at the Nuneaton march, and that was playtime. You know, that was just a dummy run for Birmingham, because Birmingham is pretty much fallen, really. So we're going to be like dots on a fucking domino. But there are black people on our marches. There are Hindus on our marches. There are Sikhs, especially Sikhs, on our marches. They can see what's happening too. It's affecting them too. And these other cultures, they mingled with us. They mingled with us, and they assimilated and fitted in. You know, we kind of like, oh, that's an interesting aspect of your culture. You know, and they're saying, yeah, we like this about yours. You know, I had a Sikh person saying, I couldn't believe that chasing a big giant ball of fucking cheese down a hill was ever a thing. And I loved it. It fascinated me. It made me realize how diverse and quirky the UK really is, without anyone from other cultures coming in. It's very, very unique. We're very unique. What we've got is very, very special, and we've got to fight to keep hold of it. We've got to fight to make sure that we never let that go, you know? And not everyone with a brown skin is against us. Not everyone, you know? There are cultures that are in this country, that have settled in this country, that have got exactly the same concerns as we've got. And that makes them allies. And that makes us allies to them, you know? Just bear that in mind. They aren't a threat to our way of life. They're not. It's these undocumented people that have come in here illegally. They are a threat to our future. I've never seen a single Christian, Sikh or Hindu jump in a car and mow over fucking hundreds of people in a car. It just doesn't happen. So yeah, the more the merrier, Michael. Still trying to figure out, like, you know, because they've got some sort of shitty, pathetic con of another way of extracting the fucking last penny out of your pocket whilst you're on your knees after 50 hours of overtime, just driving into Birmingham because it's a clean air zone. Fuck them, because it's illegal. You know, I'm following a few people at the moment that have got piles like that, side by side, another pile, another pile, another pile of ULEZ fine notifications, and he's just ignored them because they're illegal. They're illegal. So when you go into Birmingham with me, you can either, you know, you can either conform for the sake of it, or you can fuck them. Wait for the letter to come through the door and just ignore it. Fuck them, you know? It's up to you. Ragnar Andre. Hello, Andre. You all right, matey? Ragnar Yuhawa. Og, you are too hard with government. They can keep the Muslims to protect themselves against you, other people. I think it's probably the biggest amount of absolute bollocks I've ever heard in my life, if I'm honest. But you've got your opinion, brother. You know, you say what you do you, I'll do me. You know, I come from a place of very, very broad kind of perspective, looking at lots and lots of different things from lots of different angles, and then drawing a conclusion from that. And based on the comment you've just put in the chat, I would call bullshit on that. And maybe you're a little bit naive, and maybe this channel's not for you. But maybe I'm wrong. Mind being a bairn in the country. Pick gooseberries. Yeah, scrumping gooseberries. Yeah, you see, you're a born. You know, getting out and about and doing a bit of harvesting from nature. You know, don't forget about nettles. Nettles are incredible. It's a superfood. You've got to know when to pick them up and when not to. And then you've got to remember when they seed, collect those seeds, because they've got omega fatty acids in there, which your body needs, you know, especially if you don't eat fish, which I don't. But yeah, you're a born forager. Maggie T hated the cow, but you were rewarded for working. At least the milk stealing Grantham cow had the empire at heart. I'm painfully going to have to agree with you on that. I'm a March virgin, so Birmingham will be a baptism of fire. Do you know what, Michael? I couldn't have put that better. Because even though I've had a taster, that's nothing. And I saw the lines of police with their backs to us, keeping these nut jobs away from us. And the anger and the rage and the venom in the faces of these people was unsurpassed. And they were our own, just brainwashed, stupid fucking people, easily led. This is why I'm saying to all of you guys, you should give yourself a massive pat on the back for making it through the last 5 years. Honestly, give yourself some fucking credit. Because these fucking morons, these dickheads, these brainwashed victims of the government, just haven't got a clue. They're completely out of touch with reality. They see us as bad people, patriotic people who see what's happening, and being proactive. They see us as bad for that. Fuck them. They are the enemy. If you're not with us, you're against us. And when I say with us, I mean us as in good, solid, British, moral, upstanding, good citizens, that give a fuck about our country, So bollocks to them. So Ragnar. Yeah, I did think it wasn't for you, to be honest. And Prince Charles caving into... Prince Charles is meant to be the guardian of the Church of England, right? And he's doing everything but that. He's the complete and total opposite of that now. But it was understandable and it was foreseen because he's a WEF puppet, and this is all part of that, So, there aren't any immigrant hotels near his fucking house. He's not under any threat. He's an embarrassment. He's an embarrassment to this country, But some people say, but the Queen was all right. Dig deeper. That's all I can say. Where are we? Lynn's. I'm mixed, half Jamaican and white heritage. Dad came here in the Windrush generation. Do you know, that's another thing, Lynn's, that fucks me off. Oh, by the way, my youngest sister, there's 6 of us, my youngest sister married to a Jamaican fella, and my youngest niece and nephew, both mixed race. My oldest sister, half Indian, born into mixed race. It's normal to me, right? I'm not a racist, So when people call me a racist, it fucking gets under my skin. I probably shouldn't admit that, really. But now that I've said it, if anyone tries to get under my skin, I'll pick up on it, and you'll just be ignored or chucked out by Michael. But yeah, I've never seen an ugly mixed race woman ever. Been out with a few, they're lovely. It's a lovely combo, and I go red, then I get a tan, then I go white, or just peel and then go back to white again. So you've got a natural tan then there, Linz, that's just there permanently, where are we? Yeah, Flump Austin, he was he kind of caved into the whole Ramadan thing, and it was fuck Shrove Tuesday and Ash Wednesday, which was Christian. He fucked all of that off to make room for Ramadan. all of it. Turned his back on the Church of England, which is what he's meant to be representing. Yeah, be a friend, Ragnar. No, I don't either, Flump. Yeah, you said no, you are right. You make nonsense. Go away. On 2 different sentences, dude. Read. Oh, you're hard work, Ragnar. Why don't you just try and, find your way in? Don't come in all conflict, because if you come in the right way, you'll be welcomed for life, But if you turn up and you're a cunt, you'll be gotten rid of. We give people so many chances, though. We do. We're very tolerant because we're very pro free speech. Very, very. I'm very passionate about that. But we've got no room for people that don't see the world through proper eyes, real eyes. I'm just going to top up. Yeah, keep an eye out, Michael. Sorry, darling. Oh, it's okay. So I've got a little like a charger thing, very, very good. A lot of these things that you buy on eBay are shit, but when you find a good one, you don't buy anything else. And as I stood up, the phone and this very, very heavy charger battery bank landed on the floor right in front of Storm's nose, but she's chilled. She's all right. So where are we going with this? Because let's not. I don't mind the boat being rocked a little bit. It keeps me on my toes, but I've got no time for dickheads. If I was to try and describe myself where I am from like extreme left to extreme right, I would say I was centre right, which would probably make me a traditional conservative, because I like to conserve our way of life. But the Conservative Party is not a Conservative Party. It's full of shit. It's ridiculously corrupted. The Labour Party is not for the working people. It's a communist party. They're all, and same applies to Reform. It's a tri-party. He is paid opposition. That's what Farage has always been, a distraction. So what my point is that I believe that Ragnar, you're probably a little bit quite far left. That's what I'm picking up from your. Right, he's gone. Nice one, Michael. Nice one. There has been one occasion in the past where I've felt that kicking someone out of the chat was wrong, and that wasn't by Michael. And Michael also had the same opinion, that it was unnecessary. But I won't mention the person that kicked them out, and I'm hoping that that person that got kicked out will join us again, because that was out of my hands. But that was a good call there, Michael. You know, when people just sort of just jump in there, and you know, it's just read the fucking room. That's what I do. You know, if I go to a party and there's loads and loads of people around me, I'll read the room a little bit. You know, I might chat to someone that I'm familiar with, and whilst I'm talking to them, I'm reading the room, and I'll get a sense of what it's all about, and I can blend. I can blend. You can be a grey man without being grey. But it's also just being polite as well. You know, if you join a live stream full of established people that join most live streams, then and you've never been in a live stream on that channel before, read the room. You know, don't go in there like a twat. But we always give people a chance. You know, I'm not going to turn around and say, you've got free speech to say whatever you want in that comment section, and then not allow you to say whatever you want, you know. But we've also got to try and figure out some sort of filter for dickheads, because we're going to get them, because the live chat is open to the general public, not just the people that are part of our little tribe. You know, it's open to the general public. So we're going to get people now and then that just pop in and then pop out. You know, some will join us and become part of this, and then some people every now and then will come in and they'll just make a mockery of it. And you know, it's sort of where do you draw the line? There's enough fuckery going on out there already. You know, so that's two words that Sal used to love, you know, because she loved the English language like I did, like I do. And that was tomfoolery and skullduggery. Proper British words, them, you know. They're not used anywhere else. We're so unique. You know, be proud of who you are. Be proud of where you're from, right? And fight to maintain it. And if enough of us do it, and in time, there will be. Like I said, these people don't understand us. They've got no understanding of us. They employ... So, like I've said before, they employ social scientists to study us and let them know when to apply pressure, when to ease off, when to apply pressure, when to ease off. And for a big chunk of society, for the populations of a lot of these countries that's going through the same thing, you know, big chunks of these people are just ebbing and flowing. They're following orders as and when. Follow order, move back. Follow order, move back, you know? But they never, I don't think they really factored in thoroughly true patriotic people like us, you know? And like there are lots and lots of other channels out there that are very similar. And it's a game of cat and mouse at the moment, and yeah, I do genuinely believe that they've bitten off more than they can chew. They just don't fucking realize it yet, or they're starting to realize it and they're trying to speed things up. But then speeding things up wakes more people up, you know. But part of that speeding up process of waking other people up depends on you. and not giving up, you know, and making sure that you still keep planting those seeds of truth. As long as they're true, it's got to be truth, has to be truth. Because if they find out that you've lied out of desperation, just to try and get them to wake up, and they find out you've lied, any tiny amount of integrity that you've managed to build up with that person will just be gone like that. And they're lost. That's another soul that they've got, the bad side. So always be truthful, always be authentic, always be honest. No pretense, just be who you are, you know. And any people that if there are any people in your life that you don't feel like comfortable around, then don't spend any time around them. There was another thing that I read earlier on, and it was about the fact that a lot of us, I don't think there's not going to be one single exception here, right, in regards to this, who have lost what they thought were friends as a result of this, because of the divisiveness of this event, right? So there's not one single one of us that's not lost a friend that we thought was a friend, or a family member, which is you're only bound to by blood. They're still just people. Remember that. They are more important than family is important. I don't want to give the wrong impression there, because family is important. If you can try and make amends with any of your family members now, do it. Do it. But the people that the friends that we've lost along the way because of our different opinions on certain things, and being called conspiracy theorists and all nut jobs, tinfoil hat wearing nut jobs, and all of that. We've had it all, you know, and we've lost friends that we thought were friends. But in their place, we've made friends that are absolutely priceless, you know, on a level that you never, ever, ever had with them. And some of these people you've known all your life, you know. Then along comes a complete stranger. You click, you connect, you're awake, you know, you're aware. And that's priceless, absolutely priceless. That's special, you know. So we've made some incredible friendships off the back of what this has happened. Silver linings, they are everywhere. Full moon tonight, Terry. What? Oh my God, that was so fucking cringe. I do apologize. Yeah, I mean, if that started to kind of grow out of my fucking hands, you know, like that, out of my hands, then yeah, werewolves are real. Lunar moon energies are high. Yeah, I do agree with that, Linz. I do believe that. I really do. He won't be the last one coming with a bad energy. It's all right. We've got a man that's on it like a car bonnet, and he's got exactly the right balance. Michael was perfect for moderating, and Lana. Sorry, Lulu, I forgot to mention, but you have been a bit harsh, you know. Whereas Outrider and Lana, it's yeah, they don't just kick people out for nothing. Got to stay grounded in the times we're living in. Yeah, we have. Johnny B's in the house. How's it going, brother? What have you done for work since leaving school? Oh, what have I not done? What do you want me to go through my entire biography or my best job? What? It does that doesn't make any sense. Thriller, great album. I'm not quite sure where you're going with that, brother. I will answer your question with enthusiasm. I'll answer anyone's questions, anyone's. No, it doesn't matter what they are, you know, I'll answer you. As long as it's not, what is your bank account number? What is your sort code? And what is a security number on the other side of the card? You know? Or what's your exact address? Oh, and by the way, if you're watching and you know who you are, I've contacted the police and I've asked them to just lay off because I felt like a grass. I'm not going to slate the fucking police off and then get them involved in something that I can deal with myself. But if you are listening, I can email me if you're interested. Don't be a cunt. Email me and I will just be polite and adult, and I'll give you the crime reference number so you can check it out for yourself, so that you are in the sights, but the foot's off the pedal. You do you, I'll do me. You'll never ever get an apology, and we'll leave it at that. And that'll be the last time you're mentioned ever in this channel. So don't try creeping back in, because we'll know. Yeah, so what have I done for work since leaving school? Be more specific, you know? It's like, what did you have to eat last year? It's not, I like specifics. Every now and then, because it's open to the public, every now and then we get people just join in. And there are some people that have joined us permanently as a result of that. Because I never ask anyone to share videos. I never ask anyone to subscribe. I never ask anyone to like any of my videos. Never, none of that. All of the typical shit that you get from all of the other channels, you'll never get from me, you know, and I'll never ask you for money. You'll never see a little love art with a thanks written across it, or look, I'm on my arse now and I could really do with some financial help. If anyone can help me out, you'll never get any of that because I'm too proud, you know. I'd rather fucking starve to death, because you have to hold them. If you start off with a moral standpoint, which is principle based, then you've got to live by it. Otherwise, all of your integrity just goes out the window. It goes out the window. If you say that you are like this, and then all of a sudden you come across like that, you're a cunt. You're a devious little cunt. And I don't use that word often, but it's been surprising recently, actually, how many, because I know that a lot of women really don't like that word, right? But it surprised me recently just how many women don't mind that word and actually use that word. You know, it's interesting. I've done many jobs, also working from home now, which I can't complain about. But you know, one of the downsides to that, Linz, is that because of COVID, right? Because of the pandemic, one of the biggest pillars of our economy was rented office space, right? And rented property for business. So all of a sudden, and this is all by design, right? All of a sudden, everyone's working from home. So that income that would have gone into the economy is gone. You know, you go to places like Canary Wharf, it's half empty, 2/3 empty. You know, so there's a lot of office buildings and stuff like that that's just lost, and people are selling it for a fraction of what it was worth, because it's designed to be office. You know, so people are buying it dead cheap and then making it up into flats and change of use, going through the whole change of use process and stuff like that. But the whole working from home thing has been disastrous for the economy. Disastrous. Sally was doing it. You know, so as I'm sat here, just there was her seat, and she had her laptop and the printer was just there. She worked from home. But there were more reasons for that as well. You know, her immunity and stuff like that wasn't great, so it was just better for her. You know. Anyway, that's another story. I spray paint clowns' shoes. Right. Do you know what, Flump? Bizarrely, I believe you. You know, because who else is going to do shit like that? You know, I've had some crazy jobs. I think the worst job I ever had was working at a factory that produced the meat for pedigree chum. So it's meat that's unfit for human consumption. And you'd start, there was like a long trough with flames underneath it, keeping the water quite hot, you know, not too hot that you scald yourself, but hot enough. And then you get someone right at the start of it, of this long water trough with flames underneath it, and they'd take frozen lambs and sheep's lungs out of the packaging and then put it into the trough, if you like, and then that moves along, and as it's warming up, you're all kind of opening it a bit more, and it moves along, you're opening it a bit more as it's defrosting. By the time it gets to the end, you've got raw meat, raw lungs, animal lungs, and you've got to pick them up and put them in a big, massive plastic container, and they get minced up and processed into dog food. And there was giblets and, you know, eyeballs and all manner of stuff all over the floor in the middle of summer for £2.87 an hour. You know, yeah, it is. It's a massive problem, Linz. It really is. I don't think it's not really been mentioned much. I mean, I think the only other person that I think has mentioned it, who I really, really respect, because I'm very, 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 very particular about who I listen to and follow, right? So like I said earlier on, massive following as far as kind of world, American and international news is concerned. It's finally woken up. They've woken up to the real Trump, you know, and they're starting to question shit now, which it's elated me, you know, because I don't want people looking at me thinking you're wrong, when I know I'm right. I know I'm right, and it's not like I'm right and you're wrong. You know, look at me, I'm right. I'm not like that. I'm not like that. But when I know I'm right, I know I'm fucking right. So when I see these massive alternative news outlets that are meant to be anti-establishment and telling you the truth, just feeding into the fucking narrative, it irritates me. It fucking angers me because they've got such reach. So, yeah, so anyway, this guy that I really, really respect, and I mean, I really respect him. because I think he's genuinely honest. And I tell you what, he's predicted so many fucking things. It's unreal. You know, he's like the Alex Jones of the finance world. And his name is Gerald Celente. You might know him better as the Trends Journal. I've got a lot of respect for that man, because everything that he says, it comes from a place of honesty. You know, there's no fucking hidden agenda. And he gets a judge on now and then who's pretty clued up as well. You know, so you get two different perspectives on things. I strongly suggest that you maybe go over there and just check the channel out. You don't have to. No, I'm not asking you to subscribe to anybody. Just check it out, see what you feel, or feel what you feel. Take it from there. But Gerald Celente, you know, he pointed out quite early on that this was a massive, massive hit to the economy. The rented space, office space. Now everyone's working from home. You know, it's very, very significant. It really is. Way more than you can imagine. People not going to butty shops. Yeah, it has a knock-on effect, Ruth. Yeah. So the burger vans and the local Greggs, I fucking hate that place. You know, Greggs. That was one of the places that was left. If somewhere's left open during a pandemic, right? If somewhere's left open to feed you, yet they're closing all the restaurants down and all the gyms down and anything that can make you healthy, but they're keeping McDonald's open and KFC open and Greggs open and Burger King open and a few others, right? You should be questioning that, you know? But yeah, as far as independent, you know, butty vans, you know, these trailers that pull up into industrial estates, you know, and sell you a bacon cob for a couple of quid, you know, they make a fortune. They do. I went out with a girl whose uncle owned 3 of these vans and he was making a mint. Ex-copper, but he was ex because he wasn't a very you know, a copper needs to lead by example with the law, you know, and he was quite unlawful. Well, yeah, he made a fortune. But all of it, yeah. So what, like Ruth's just said there, is that a lot of people, you know, it has a knock-on effect. So the local cob shops in town that would have just got orders over the phone. I want a bacon cob or a sausage cob, blah 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 blah. You know, massive order, and then you deliver them to the workplace, to the office block. You deliver them. Gone. You know, this working from home malarkey was definitely part of the plan. Definitely. Because they need to bring the economy, every economy, to its absolute knees and beyond in order for them to usher in CBDCs and eventual total financial slavery. And we can't allow that to happen. You know, I know how far I'm prepared to go. I know me, you know. You should be asking yourself the same question, because it's not just about you, you know. It's not just about you. What's your favorite band? Mine is Aswad. Wow, that's very specific. Aswad, fuck me. They only made about 3 songs. What the fuck? There's too many to mention, mate. I love music so much that I can't really nail it down. I suppose if you wanted me to give you just one, I mean, I love drum and bass. I'm a drum and bass head. I always will be, always. But if you wanted me to name a band, probably Pink Floyd. That's what I was thinking, Linz. You know, and when you say reggae band, it's very, very loosely reggae. You know, I know quite a lot of reggae artists, and Aswad wouldn't come into my mind. You know, I got the info from a fuel broker. The broker price of fuel never rose. It was the fuel companies that put it up. Nothing to do with Putin either. No, I know that. Again, they've got a monopoly on a fuel source that belongs to all of us. None of us should be paying for it. None of us. You know. These again, going back to being backward and third world and all that, you know, people don't see fucking hell, what's the name of the place where you can't even kiss your missus on the beach, where everyone goes there on holiday and you can't even drink alcohol. You know, it's just gone. So all of these people, I know that someone will tell me where it'll probably come to me first, right? But these people who wear all the same colour tea towels, you know, there's no fucking individualism there. And I'm very pro individualism because we are all unique, right? So they're all wearing the same pinky coloured fucking, you know, giant handkerchief type thing around the heads, shakes and all that. Dubai, thank you, Flum. So these people in Dubai are billionaires off the back of oil because they had oil on their lands, right? But they are goat herders. They're goat herders that only have dollar signs in their eyes. They're not bothered about anything else. I think even when it comes to religion, I think that they would just push that to one side just enough to make more money. You know, when they are just glorified fucking goat herders. They are. You know, you can call me racist. These people are so powerful they could send someone over to fucking blow my ass up. Fuck them. As long as I speak the truth and I'm honest, I'll die with dignity. You know, not a lot of people get the chance to do that. But goat herders, that's all they were. You know, until, you know, a few, they either found it by accident, bubbling up into a little stream, or which was, you know, or whatever, or they had someone over to say, look, we have the technology to discover whether or not we believe that there's a lot of oil under your land, and we've got all the technology and the equipment to come over and figure out whether or not it's actually there. And if it is, we will make you rich beyond your imagination. In fact, beyond your imagination, and then beyond that again. And they're obviously thought, herding goats, having a triple layer underground garage with a combination of 55 cars that have a combined value of like something like 800 million quid, you know? So again, money, you know, it's the root of all evil. I haven't got a price. I've said categorically that if I was offered a billion quid tomorrow, you know, guaranteed, if I shut my mouth, I would turn it down. If you've got principles, you've got to live by them and die by them. You have. Otherwise, they're not principles. So a lot of these sheikhs, you know, that are in power in the United Emirates. You know, that are, you know, the princes and the kings, and they're all self-appointed leaders, self-appointed. You know, we need true democracy. What it says on the paper could work. It really could, on a localized level, based on the will of the majority. That's what keeps a happy society. But we're not seeing that in any country. Not one. Not one. Yeah, United Emirates. Yeah, goat herders. That's all they are. The goat herders with a lot of money. It's like, oh, what I'm going to do with that is money. Oh, I've not got a Lamborghini Countach. I'll have one of them. They could spend and spend and spend and spend and spend as much as they possibly wanted to or could possibly do. And they'll still have a shitload of money left. Whilst we've got people starving around the world. People in a first world country like the UK, where we've got elderly people literally freezing to death because they can't afford to put the fucking heating on. You know? Everything is so out of sync, and it's not meant to be that way, and it's not going to be that way. But you've got to stand up. You've got to stay the course. You have. If you don't hold the line with people like me, then we're fucked. Shine, shine like a star, shining so bright, wherever you are. Whoa, whoa. Yeah. That was a one-hit wonder. That's what I'm saying. I don't get why the guy put that was his favourite band. I think he needs to get out more. No offence, chap. Back again. Herding goats. Better than shagging them. Come into the world. We live with Nout. Yeah, mate. Andre, I agree. I do agree with you. You know, these guys have just been really fucking lucky. They've gone from goat herding to being some of the richest people, some of the wealth, not richest, because I see rich in a different way. You know, I'm a very, 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 very rich man, but I've got fuck all by way of money. You know, but I've got my health, and I've got good friends, and I've got a roof over my head and my girls, you know, that makes me rich. But these people are so, you know, it's all about the latest car because I've got so much fucking money. Let's get another car. Why don't you put that money to proper good use and try and figure out? I mean, we gave them, well, I don't know if it was we, it certainly wasn't me, but someone gave them the technology to cloud seed, you know? But these fucking goat herders ended up flooding Dubai because they're thick as pig shit. They're third world people. We aren't. And it's not a racist comment. It's a fact. No, I would never go to Dubai. Fuck that. You know, it's a massive metropolis of a city that's been built out of the desert, right? And it's not sustainable because it's the bigger it gets, the more water it needs. Where's the water going to come from? You know, yeah, there are desalination ports dotted along the coastline, but it's not going to be enough. Not really, you know. And even then, it's desalination, so it's not good. It's not good drinking water. It's not enough to. Las Vegas is facing the same problem. It's got so big. It was out in the middle of the desert. It's got so big that eventually it's gonna become a massive fuck off ghost town because without water, you're nothing. Without water, you've got nothing. Water is the liquid of life. We can't live without it. 3 days, go 3 days, give it a go. If you've got the bollocks for it, I'm not recommending you do that for legal reasons, because I know how Conti YouTube works. But try it, and see how your brain is. It won't work properly. Babylon. Right, Johnny B, is Babylon one of the songs by them? I don't remember that one. I know Babylon in the Jamaican community is the Police. Ruth, not so long ago, by the way, Ruth, I found another channel called Butterfly, and she just reminds me of like an American version of you, but without the cute chuckle. Not so long ago, the oil price was right down. It cost more to drill and export than it was worth. Why didn't our government stock up then? It doesn't work like that, Ruth. It doesn't work like that at all. When the price of oil goes down, they drill less to make it, more desirable. When there's something that's more difficult to get, it's more desirable, which drives the price back up. So the price goes back up, and it goes up and up and up, and then it gets to a point where it's just affecting economies, because all economies are based on oil. We need it to, we don't. But just to make this simple, so then the price of oil comes back down again, and then they drill less to drive it back up again. It's all controlled, all of it. Shall we take a trip down memory lane, head in the clouds and see the acid rain? North side. I don't get that, mate. I do apologise. I mean that. I do. I feel like I should know what you're talking about. I'm sure someone will. If we see this cheap in the supermarket, we stock up. Yes, that does make sense. Yeah, but it doesn't work like that with oil. They should have done the same. I know oil doesn't last forever, like spam though. Spot on, Ruth. I do like me spam. I'm the opposite to the angry pepper. You'd rather get a can of spam, put it in a sock, and smash some fucker over the head with it just because he's had a bad day. Whereas me, fried spam. Oh, I fucking love it. Love it. Government, Disney, common sense. No, it doesn't. They're doing as they're told, Andre. They're following the orders. That's all. That's all. Our government is doing exactly what it's meant to do. Our governments have been like that for a very, very long time, you know. And I mean, democracy started in Rome, and it was one of the most corrupt places on the planet, still is. But the principles of democracy are good. They are. But it needs to be decentralized. It needs to be local. And that's the only way it can work. Because the more decentralization you've got of government, the more power you've got in a smaller group of people. And that's not good. It's not good. And that's what's happened, and that's what's happening. So we have to be part of the, Andre, yeah. So we have to be part of the solution, no matter what that takes, for future generations to be able to, you know, be comfortable. We're going to see a lot of losses over the next 10 years. We're going to see a lot of, yeah. There's going to be a big reduction in the population of this earth. That's a given. But people that have got, a little bit, some semblance of common sense and a critical thinking mind, you've got an edge. You know, your chances of getting through this is significant, as long as you keep your shit together. And oh my God. Do you know what, Flum? That's one of my favourite songs of all time, right? And I've got it's buried in there with all my other DVDs. I've got a David Gray DVD of a gig that I went to, and his drummer was quirky. Let's just use the word quirky, but very, very, very good. You know what I mean? So, and then he stops at exactly the right moment, spins the drumsticks round in both of his hands, and then bang, straight back in there, exactly the right time. You know, incredible. I wonder what happened to David Gray. You know, great song. But my favourite song by David Gray of all time, and it's probably in my top 10 of most beautiful songs, for various reasons, is Please Forgive Me. You know, I don't know if that's the actual name of the song or not, but it's a beautiful song. Very talented man. Now all we've got is shit, you know, just noise, irritating fucking noise. Now, your parents would have said that about your music when you were growing up, and their parents would have said that about their music growing up. But I do think there is a difference now, because we've done everything. All of the genres that could possibly be ever created has been created. There's nothing left. So all we're left with is talentless fuckwits playing shit music and a mumbling rap that makes no sense. I've got more talent in one of my rotting fucking toenails than they've got in their entire body. No, I do think common sense is either part of who you are or it's not. It's just so loud. It's so loud. It's so loud. No, the government's not here for us, Flumposting. No, we are. We're here for us. And this is what I'm saying. We need to be leading by example, no matter what the cost. Don't think about consequences. You know, think about our end game. Our end game is freedom. you know, liberty, and the liberty of our children. I've not got any kids, but I care about it. I care about our next generation. I think it's ingrained into most of us to make sure that our offspring continue, the same. I think the same applies to any living creature, Yeah, I like that. All the lights are changing green to red. Yeah. Part of the lyrics, yeah. Frequency is everything. Yeah. And yeah, I knew Michael would chime in, because we're about music, and Michael's an all-rounder, So that frequency again, I love soulful drum and bass and liquid drum and bass. I feel it, but I also feel Pink Floyd. I feel that as well. So these are all frequencies that match my frequency. Everything is frequency, whether you think that's la la or not, it's a fucking scientific fact. Everything is a frequency. Yeah, but 432 hertz is quite difficult to find, to achieve, Even if you found music that was matching that, you are being bombarded by radio waves from modems, from your neighbors, from Starlink up above, the fucking blue light that's coming from the screen that you're looking at me from, it's all getting bombarded, and we're not able to maintain that. The only place that you can find that really is when you are completely and totally alone in the wilds, proper wilds, where you can't get a signal on your phone anymore. I've just realized what time it is again. These lives, it was a late start though, so I do apologize. It wasn't my fault. I genuinely, yeah, I know you couldn't, Michael, and I appreciate that. I was hoping for it, in fact, and there you were. You can tune your guitar to 432 hertz. Is that right, Michael? Is that doable? I'm not saying that you're wrong, my friend. I'm just, yeah. I mean that's some serious fucking, yeah. So we'll give it another. We'll give it another 12 minutes, and we'll shut off at 2. Because I think it's only fair, because I do know that, and I know that some of you guys still have to work on a Saturday morning, and I appreciate your sticking by us and going into the wee hours of the morning with us. I do appreciate that, I really do, and we all do. It's my electronic tuner is adjustable. It's not skill on my part. Ah, right. Yeah, middle C is off a bit. Oh, I knew you'd know that, fucker. Yeah, Tesla. You see, Tesla. This is one of the reasons why Elon Musk hasn't got that many patents, because those patents were already there. You can't bring in a patent for something that already exists. And Musk going on the Joe Rogan show saying, I can't really, this is going to get me assassinated. It's all fucking drama. It's all drama. The entire Trump administration is full of shit, including Kennedy. you know? So I'm sorry if I'm pissing on your bonfire, but I'm a fucking realist and I'm very, very attentive. We're on our own, but not. If that makes sense. So we are on our own. We can't rely on our governments. We can't rely on any other governments. We can't think, well, Trump's doing an amazing job over there. He's sending loads of foreigners back down to where they came from. He's flying them out of the country. That's getting back to the way it should be. You know, there's no actual improvements anywhere, right? So they clawed back something like $1 trillion through Doge, right? And the word Doge is being used so much at the moment. In 2013, I think it was, or 2014, the concept of the Doge coin was born. And they say it was a bit of a goof. Yeah, right. Yeah. If that's not pre-programming people for CBDCs, then I don't know what is, right? So watch this fucking space. There's part of me that thinks that Trump is genuinely doing what he believes is right. But I think he's made the same mistake as he did the first term, where he surrounded himself with vultures and people who talk the talk and make sense to someone who's a businessman by talking the talk, which is what politicians do. That's what they do. So what do they want to hear? You know, let's tell them what they want to hear. Like Farage, like Tice, like Ben Habib. You know, if you still think that oh, fucking hell. I think that a lot of people have still got a lot of room to grow. You know, myself included. But yeah, the entire Trump administration was all lobbied by Israel. And then when you start to put lots and lots and lots and lots of pieces of the puzzle together, it's pretty clear who's in charge. Zionists, but the wrong kind. See, one of our little tribe is from Israel. And I did put in the comments to her, I said, look, this is not aimed at you. The same as people that are getting bombed by bombs that we've made in England via Prince Andrew, you know, because he's an arms dealer. He's an arms dealer. That's what he is. That's what he does. The people of the countries that are getting blown to smithereens by weapons that we've provided and sold shouldn't be looking at people like me and people like you as the people that killed their babies. You know, it shouldn't be that way. So I don't look at one of our little tribe as being she says I am a Zionist, you know, and if you look up Zionism, it's a safe place for our people. That's pretty much the gist of it. If you want to just kind of just bring it right down. So I get that, but there are Zionists that are way out of their fucking league, you know, sick, twisted control freaks. And there are so many examples that I can give you, you know, so many. And who doesn't want a safe place for their people to be? But it's how that place came about that's questionable. And if they are the chosen ones, which is what they claim to be, what does that make us? Collateral? Lots to think about. Squealing pigs. Sorry. Squealing pigs. Have you got pigs now, Ruth? I'd start off with hens or quail, then work my way up. I know you haven't got pigs. I'm just saying. Correct. Screams. When you hear them, you never forget. Yeah. And I reckon pigs are more intelligent than dogs. I think the actual level of intelligence in the real world is registered by sensitivity. So borderline spiritualism, if that makes sense. And pigs are way more sensitive than dogs and more intelligent, you know. And I've got loads of bacon in my fridge. So I have a battle, you know, I have a fucking battle. Every time I have a bacon sandwich, I have a battle in my head. A conflict, you know. But we're omnivores. We're designed to eat meat and fruit. Rastafarians will disagree. Rastafarians will insist that our canines are there to rip into tough fruit and tough vegetables. But I disagree with that. I believe that we are omnivores. You know, we were designed to eat meat and fruit because that's why we've managed to become the top of the food chain, because we were able to diversify. It's as simple as that. I've got loads of jerky in, mate. I bought some more today. You know, they've got good dates on them. It is expensive. You can make your own jerky in a dehydrator. You can do it in your own oven if you can. It's a bit more tricky with an oven because it is a bit more tricky with an oven, right? With a dehydrator, you can make your own jerky. You know, you can. So I've just paid over the odds for jerky and put it away in a place where I know where it is. But jerky is definitely something worth investing in because it can last a couple of years and it's meat. You know, they're gonna come out with a fake foot and mouth problem with cattle, and that's going to send the price of meat through the fucking roof to the point where it's virtually unaffordable. So that your only other choice to get meat down your throat affordably is grown in a lab from stem cells. So just keep paying attention like you have been doing, and just notice, just keep noticing, keep listening, you know, keep your ear to the ground and your finger on the pulse of the planet, and it will serve you well. It will. We are one. It's just that a lot of people don't realize it. And we do have the numbers. We do. But we need approximately 11 to 15%. That's all. 11 to 15% of people that are not concerned about consequences, that have that fire in their belly and that determination in their heart to do the right thing and fight for their country and for the future of their children. It's not a big ask, and I do think it's achievable. I do. The harder they come down on us, the more people wake up. The more people wake up, the harder they come down on us. The harder they come down on us, the more people wake up, you know? And it's people like us that they are going to be looking to, because we've seen it from the start. They won't win this war. But you've got to believe in yourselves. You know, I believe in myself. I do. I'm in this to the end. Protocol of the learned elders of Zion. You see, the word Zion is literally, as far as I'm aware, is literally a safe place for my people. So there can be a Christian Zion. There can be a Rastafarian Zion. There can be a Muslim Zion, a Sikh Zion. You know, it's a place of safety for my people. That's what it means. So you hear Bob Marley going, I can't remember. I don't want to butcher him because I fucking love that man. You know, that's why he's dead. But yeah, he was like a lion in Zion. Yeah, protecting his people like a lion in Zion. So Zionism's not uniquely Jewish, you know, but when I say Zionists, I mean it's the only way that I can explain these people, because they are all of Jewish heritage, all of them. You know, give me one name of a very, very powerful person, very, very powerful, like right up there. In fact, most of there are a lot of people that we've never heard. All of these are henchmen. You know, they go down in scale. The people right at the so this is the pyramid, right? Apparently the giant pyramid of Giza had a gold top that crowned it, right? So that gold crown is made up of people that we don't know. We don't know because they've got so many fronts, you know. And there are some people that think is that tip of the pyramid even human, you know. I keep a very open mind. I know stupidness when I hear it, but then if sometimes people can put things into an understandable kind of perspective, I'll take it on board, you know. Like what's his name with the whole kind of lizard people, you know. It would have been probably better off for David Icke to keep that one quiet, you know, just that one bit, keep that bit quiet about the lizard people, so that it would have made a bigger impact on society, because people would have been able to turn around and say, well, I'll tell you what, just have a listen to David Icke, have a listen to him, just so you've got two different sides. You've got two different perspectives, two different angles, and somewhere in between. When a lot of people say it's somewhere in the middle, no, it's somewhere, you know, somewhere in between is the truth. So pushing people towards David Icke would have been perfect, because it would have been a case of just listen to him and just imagine if that was true, right? So you've got another angle, just to broaden your mind. But as soon as he came out with the lizard people, a lot of people switched off, you know, or didn't use him as an example for people to move forward to wake other people up, because it took away a lot of his it made him more difficult to believe, you know, even though I know that he knows what he's talking about. But I do struggle with the whole lizard, right? So so his interpretation of lizard people are pure blood. Well, why am I not pure blood? You know, I can trace my ancestors back in this country 500 years. You know, I'm from wealthy stock, even though I'm not displaying that, because your family tree, it branches off. So some people are still doing well in I was going to give you my surname then, but it's a very rare surname, very, very rare. So it's easy to trace. And it goes back 500 years. I am a proper Englishman, And yeah, so pure blood, what makes you not a pure blood? And then the term pure blood again has been twisted again for people that are unjabbed. People that are unjabbed go around and say, I'm a pure blood. I'm pure blood. Like basically stating that anyone that's been jabbed is not a pure blood. More divisiveness. We don't need that. There are plenty of people in our little tribe that have been jabbed, and I don't judge them. I don't judge them at all. I never have. Never have. Not once. Find a video out of what we're creeping up to 400 videos now. Find a video where I've slated people being jabbed. Ike wouldn't be alive if he didn't appear to be a loony. That's a really good fucking point there, mate. Yeah. Well, fuck me. I never thought of that. What a tactic. Yeah, that's interesting. You see, this is why I love communicating with people that are like-minded, because when I think that I've kind of, that's it. I don't think I can know anymore. I don't think I learn anymore. I think I've got a rough idea of what's what and blah blah blah. And then people like that come out with things like that, and it throws another angle in there. One of our little tribe who never gets involved in the chat, but I have met him in real life. His name's David Gell. You might see his comments from time to time, and he's he consecutively fucked my head up with another angle. Amazing man, and his missus Hazel. Lovely lady. Really insightful people. Really insightful. Really, you got to meet them. Terry Wiggin was cracking back in day, like Ollie Reed pissed. I don't get that. Experimental vaccine, common sense. That's what I'm on about, right? Yeah. You know what? Common sense again is thin on the ground, but it's been kind of extracted from society systemically, and this is what we're having to deal with now, trying to bring people around and trying to find unique ways and individual ways of trying to get through to people by being completely honest with them. It's got to be truthful, it's got to be truthful. You've got to tell them the truth. And but then there are different kind of layers of how you put the truth across. If I went in now with someone that I thought was just coming around, if I went in on the same level that I did on people in 2020, they just shut down. They shut down. It's too much information. They just don't believe you. It's too much. It's too much to believe. It's too much. They shut down. So we've got to find different ways, kind of chop and change it a little bit for each person, But we can't stop waking people up. It's imperative. It really, really is. You know, your future and the future of your kids, your grandkids, your neighbours, our way of life is all at stake, you know. Half my family took the needle. I think most people can say the same, you know. Again, it's been very, very, very it's divided so much in society, work colleagues, family, friends. But off the back of it, we've made solid friendships because we've got a common, again, this just backs up what I was saying. Keep waking people up, you know, and they'll fall back on you, and then you'll fall back on someone, you know, and then you all stand up together, and that's when change occurs, you know, en masse. Oh, fucking noise. Just bear with me. So she's run out of water. She's not going to die. I'm not going to fill that water bowl up until I've ended this live stream. Then I'll top it up because it does my head in. So I'm quite lucky. So out of 6 siblings, only one took the crazy juice. Just one, the predictable one. The weakest link. So the third oldest, you know, so the next one down from me, the third oldest, and out of all 6 of us, she's the weakest. My brother's mate claimed to have met Ike and asked him about the lizard people, and that was the reason he gave. Yeah, but again, this is Chinese whispers, you know. I like to be able to put things in factual situ, you know. I'm not doubting that's not true. David Icke's son went to the gym where my stepdaughter was the manager of, so she's met David Icke's son, and he holds the power now, really, because he can reach a different generation and have a different approach, you know, minus the little people, the lizard people, a different approach, so that he can focus on being more relatable to a younger audience, you know, because most people, you know, most young people, they're going to switch off to David Icke. They'd be like, what the fuck? Lizard people? Cabal? What's a cabal? I've had a kebab. You know, that's how fucking stupid these people are now. Leave. So yeah, his son will play a pivotal part moving forward. I didn't want it. I didn't want it, but I wanted to go on holiday. That's the biggest one. That, or I thought I was going to lose my job. If people knew the law, they would have still gone on holiday. My stepson went on holiday. We found a way around it. You know, it's what we do. We find a way around it. Common sense. When common sense prevails, it gives you so much fucking power. It's unbelievable. But use it wisely and use it for the good. So my stepson went on holiday, you know, when it was absolutely no chance of you going on holiday unless you've taken the arm ticket. But he went on holiday and I covered for him, you know. So any government officials that think I might have broken the law, come for me. Fucking come for me. Come for me. Give me a fucking reason. But they won't, because it was all illegal. And everyone that got a COVID fine, who fought it out in court, Every single one was thrown out of court. Every single one. It was only the weak, pathetic little cunts out there that need to grow a pair of bollocks, put on the Billy Big Boys trousers and own it. You know, they were the ones that paid these fines. I've got another fine. Oh no. Pathetic. There are weak people and there are strong people, right? There is no middle ground. There's no middle ground. Some people would argue that there are, you know. Well, I was weak because I had the jab, you know. That doesn't make you weak. You made a mistake. Doesn't make you weak, you know. And then you've got people that say everything's really getting on top of me, and I feel like I'm sinking into quicksand, and it's getting on top of me and it's destroying me. That doesn't make you weak. That doesn't make you weak. It means that you're preparing to get stronger. Weak, strong. You're one or the other. You know which one you are. Us unvaxxed had to get into other van for work. I know, it was fucking crazy. I posted a meme of people wearing, and I think, I don't know if everyone's seen it, you know, have a look in it's now in the posts section. It's not called the community section anymore. It's called the posts section. And I put memes in there and various other bits and bobs, right? Have a look, you know, you might find it quite interesting. It's a lot of stuff that I don't cover in live streams or other videos. And it was basically a photograph of people sat with hats on, with like foam tubes coming out, 6 foot, and then 6 foot this way. So you know that if you made contact with someone else's hat with these fluorescent tubes on, you were too close to them. And it said it wasn't. It was basically a test, an IQ test. The whole COVID thing was an IQ test, you know, to separate the smart from the ridiculously fucking stupid people out there. You know, have a look at it. I don't think I've done that meme any justice, to be honest. But it just hits the spot. So having to share another van because you might be infected, you know, from something that they've all been jabbed against. They're all jabbed. It's like, you can't catch anything from me because you're jabbed. Is that not right? Oh, hold on. You can catch it now you've been jabbed. Right. Oh, so you can pass it on and spread it now you've been jabbed. Right. Okay. Is that a good enough reason for taking a jab that's not been tested properly, that has been clearly categorically explained as an experimental an experiment, and you can't, everything you've been told about that is a lie. So all of the things that incentivized you to go and take that leap of faith, everything, all of the reasons that they gave you to go and have that were all false. So we're still living in a world where people are still believing that they need to go for another booster. These are the people that you need to write off. Cut ties completely, because they'll just fucking drag you down. Cut ties. If it's a family member, try and find a way. Try and find a way. Because the family unit is strong if it's united. It is. It is. That's a fact. But if you can't, you can't, you know, but don't give up trying. Anyone else, fuck them off, cut them loose. You know, you'll find friendships and relationships 50, 60, 70 times fold more important to you moving forward in this madness along the way. You will. I guarantee it, because you already have. On that note, I've gone 20 minutes past 2. I was going to shut it off at 2, but I love flow, you know, and I'm with good company, so I don't like shutting down, you know. But yeah, normally I'd have Ruth saying, "It's past your bedtime. Come on, Terry." I'd have Ruth saying something like that. So I've got to sort of like, yeah, I've got to take the charge here and call it a day. So to all of you 9 lovely people that are left listening to me waffling on and reading the comments and just being part of this, just know that you're loved and that you are appreciated and that you matter. You really do matter. And I don't think you realize how much you matter, not just to me, but to everyone else and everyone else that you're yet to meet. You know, you're going to make a difference. You are. You've got to stay the course. You've got to stay the course. Hold the line no matter what. No matter what. Forget about consequences. I could get locked up tonight and get put on a wing that's full of Muslims that have seen my YouTube channel. They've been dropped a little bit of a hint, you know, do him in, get him out of the way, you know. I'm ready for that. I'm ready for that, you know. I love my country and I love my people, and that's all that matters. So again, going back to the whole planting a tree, where you'll never ever get to be able to appreciate the shade from the sun or eat the fruit from the mature tree from the seed that you planted. You know, if you look at it like that, it makes it even more worthwhile because it's true, you know. Very funny, Andre. Yeah, thank you for keeping an eye on things and getting us back on track, Michael. Really appreciate that, mate. It was a good call. It was a good call. So much appreciated. So much love to all of you guys, and I hope you all sleep well, and I hope you have an absolute fucking banging weekend. And even if you don't, just spend time just chilling out and recharging. So until the next one, I'll see you in the next one. And much love, genuinely much love, and ciao for now.